Hello everybody and welcome back to Wappelville and welcome back to I guess the frozen wastelands of the north here because we got ourselves another walrus guy. Look at the other walrus guy. His name as you can imagine, the shock that his name is Wally. Yes, Wally the walrus, and of course this is his favorite brew. He's actually a master brewer and he's making himself some scale ale because he's got some fishies in that barrel right there. And, well, we've got to paint this guy in basically the same color scheme because we're also trying to match these guys down here. That's why we have the sort of pre-placed snow and we have painted the snow here. So we got to do the same thing with this guy. Hey, Paintwater, nice to see ya. This is going to be really, really fun. There's still two other walruses like this. Actually, I have to print one more. I think I printed three. There's one more. I just got to determine which the heck one that is. When I can do that, then we'll be ready to paint that fourth or print that fourth one. Really love these. This is all one piece, by the way. Seriously, that's one piece. This was two whole pieces, the tail and the rest of them. Very, 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 very easy to assemble. They're hollow on the inside, so they don't take up a ton of resin, and they also do not weigh a lot. So just one plus after another. They have fantastic texture, fantastic character. I really, really love these guys. We'll get back to them in just a sec. Going to talk about the palette. So Paintwater, happy Friday. Now, you might need to put some more of our white out here just because of all the snow here. We got the white over there. We got a bunch of the radiants. We got radiant lemon, blue, turquoise. Kind of got those reversed from they usually are. Radiant violet over there, radiant green down here. Got the usuals here of indigo, the Van Dyke brown, and the black spinel. We do have umber. Yes, look at this, the return of burnt umber on the palette. We actually did use a little bit of that yesterday. That was fun. Down here on the bottom, well, we have a little bit of phthalo green. I forgot, well, he doesn't have any fishies. There's no fishies to do on here. We have some of the Prussian blue, pearline black. We got asphaltum over here. So I think actually maybe we'll use some of the burnt umber in this area. Hey, Bithron, sorry to hear that news. I mean, it always is like that, right? You go to fix something or touch something up, and then something really, really unfortunate happens. Hey, Ranzarok, happy Friday. Now, we still got some of these cadmiums over here. Seriously, and these are the non-cadmium cadmiums, and they're still sitting here and usable. Got Fanchon Red there, Terra Rosa over there, Egyptian Violet over here. So, with the oils here, I know people say, oh, I got to save it. Well, yeah, this stuff's been sitting. I put this on, I think it's 6 days worth of pallets, this cadmium stuff over here. This white, I think I first squeezed it out 3 days ago. A Landras, nice to see you again, and Grim, and Armored Wolf. So Grim, yeah, that was all the stuff you've been doing lately looks really fantastic. It's really sensational. So again, we gonna get to our pre-glaze. We want to match this guy over here. So again, this is Walter or Wally. We are gonna have to print him up again because he's already a beloved character on the channel here. So yeah, we'll have to do another one of Wally. Frayed Brush, nice to see you again too. Nice to see it. I'm sorry. So we are gonna break out ye old messed up brushes here just because they're just pennies on the dollar, right? Actually, Grim, if you are enacting the Tuesdays, Armored Wolf and I both are all for it. We fully concur and agree that more Tuesday, more better. Yes, Infinite Tuesdays. Was it like infinite whatever? Infinite Tuesdays. That's what I would like to see. Just forever Tuesday. Are we gonna have to have a shirt made of that nobody will understand what the heck that means? Either that or they're all gonna just think there's a spelling error on it of some kind. So yeah, it'll be our own secret shirt. Let me see. So I think we're almost caught up there. Hey, Sammy, nice to see you again. So Sammy, these guys, oh my gosh, they're just, I really enjoy the heck out of these guys. And actually, I was making a bunch more build plates. Well, actually, I was doing projects. So Grim and everybody else, you would be proud that I was setting up projects. So I basically take whatever, Azrael or something like that, and just load all of the files just just all together, and then save it as a project and not do anything else to it yet. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm saving things as projects, just to have all the pieces that I know I need, all the files, and then I start going in and making individual build plates out of them. So yeah, that is the preventive thing that we are doing now, just to make sure bad things don't happen. Printing on a few different scale. Well, Grim, I don't know. I know you always talked about 54 mil. It always seemed like that was kind of your favorite. So it'd be interesting to see if ultimately that's where you land on the scale. Ah, see what I did there? You see what I did right there? It's almost like this. Scale ale. Yeah, scale ale, baby. Fishes. Look at all the fishies in the sea right at the camera. Look at that. Hey, Dano, how you doing? Dano, I'm really, 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 really glad. I know you're way more really glad than I am that your print turned out, and no need to, I don't know, were there any little hidden areas that you go, okay, well, we'll just work on that a little bit, or did it basically just print the way you wanted it to, and you're good, you're solid to go? I'm hoping for that, but it looked like it was certainly going to be workable enough, that's for sure. So yeah, Armored Wolf definitely has shown me some pictures of the amazing Armored Wolf products, and the labels look fantastic and everything else. So yeah, you guys, you're gonna be very impressed with that. Hey, Valfera, how you doing? I think what is it? There's that show called The Fixer or something like that. I'm just gonna be called the Jinxer. Either that, or what did Sarge call that thing? The wham bam that you use for your build plate or something like that? I'm the human wham bam on all of your prints. Yeah, either that, or could it be, who wasn't around before all that stuff started happening? This guy. It's like, well, if you would clean my litter box more often, then maybe I wouldn't have to curse your printers. It's quid pro quo, right? You clean my litter box. I don't curse your printers. Of course, I might still do that just for fun because War Kitty and all that. So I don't know. I think there might be a strange correlation there. Hey, Lively Lycan, nice to see you. Now there might have been a few Lively Lycans here. Yeah, those are the Finnish motto writers. And we did actually, all kidding aside, we did use some lichens on that. I liken it to some ferns, some jungle ferns. See what I did right there? Yeah, I just did that again too. I guess it's going to be an evening of puns and funs. How's that sound? And thank you so much, Frayed Brush. I appreciate that, because we could already use some of this. Might have to actually use a cough drop here just to keep that voice going. Nah, the mossier the better. Definitely Lively Lichen. You can never have too much moss. And of course, Treebird says, maybe that's why I'm nose blind, because look at my beard. Look at this. If I didn't have moss on my beard, maybe you all wouldn't smell like orcs to me, and maybe you get stepped on less. So, maybe there's that too. So, Happy Heretic, how you doing? Oh, geez, Valfera, that sounds like a lot. 100 layers, that's not much. Especially given the size prints that you're doing. That's a hair's breadth right there. Boy, Valfair, really, really sorry to hear about that. I mean, oof. Now, I did actually, I cleaned out the vat. For the first time, I really took it out and just kind of went through it, looking for any little pieces of stuff in the vat. That's why we're a little bit later here. I wanted this to be a few, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes earlier, but I just wanted to double check on that vat and just not leave anything to chance. Hey, Queez, we have vat chance that that wouldn't come back to bite me, huh? See what I just did right there? No problem, Chris. That is the late night stream. That's really more for European friends and Aussies and everything else, so that maybe they can be early in the morning or just at supper time. These are really the more usual times right here. Now the Saturday stream, I don't know exactly when that's going to get going. Now I would love for it to be more like 5:30, 5:45 because I've got a whole bunch of things that I want to get through tomorrow. Hey, Deck Knight, nice to see you as well. Nice to see you. And thanks again, Freight Brush. Appreciate that. So, another one of these guys here for the folks that didn't see Wally. This was last night's stream. What was this? 4.5, 5 hours, maybe 4.75 hours, something like that on this guy here. And again, we will be doing the same color scheme on him. So, Queez, I hope that you're doing well, and thanks, Bitront, for the clip. That is appreciated, of course. And we're doing our usual pre-glaze stuff, right? Nothing fancy here. Yeah, Valfera, I do that with mine. These, it was a Kurzlook thing, and boy, how's this? I'm trusting my own supports now way more than the supports of the other companies. I know we've been kind of getting to that place, but I'm pretty much almost officially there that I trust mine more than theirs. And I now have printed out all the pieces of that Lehman Russ. So the hull that I supported myself and did all the stuff myself on that, hollowed it out, did all the stuff, that printed out. That was a giant rectangle, what was it, a trapezoid shaped piece right there, and it looks like it's all okay. So we'll try and get that thing. I don't know, I might try to film a video of it first and then see how that goes instead of maybe trying to paint it on stream. It kind of depends on how big the darn thing is. Hey, Thousand Young, nice to see you. Yeah, so 57 hours. Well, Dano, I know you want to get to your game and stuff like that. I don't want to keep you away from killing all the players. Wait a minute, did I just say kill all the players? I said no, hug and love all the players after killing them. That's how we want to see that go. So Queez, are you gearing up? Do you think you're prepared for the game this weekend? Because what is it, 2,000 points you were saying, I think? 2,000 points, ready to wreak some revenge, or at least hopefully they just keep doing the same thing over and over again. So Queez, that's another thing too, is, well, this is what I try to do with anybody that I play. Not interested in their army or anything else. Not even interested in the game or the scenario or whatever. I don't care. It's all irrelevant. I just want to see what do they like to do. Will they always do the same thing in a given set of circumstances? And once you got that figured out, it doesn't matter what armies they have, what you have, what the scenario is. If you already can tell, all right, well, if I put them in this situation, they'll do this every time. Well, you're going to be successful there. And that's why I could never play Blood Bowl and stuff like that against the same person more than about twice, because it just started to get a little bit ugly after that. Hey, Suicide Prinny, nice to see ya. So Dano was the player tonight, so Dano is the one getting killed. Oh, wait, no, Dano is the one getting hugged after getting killed. Okay, that's how that's going to work. Well, hopefully you have yourself some fun before the killing part begins. Or maybe during the killing part, I don't know, it could work that way too. Now I am starting to work a little bit of the indigo here. A little bit of the indigo into this here. Let's make sure we get some of our pre-glaze down in there. So that was the Dol Guldur terrain. That was from the Printing Goes Ever On, right, Dano? I think so. So yeah, Landrest, I was able to print that thing out successfully. The heck am I printing out right now? I don't even remember what it was. I know that we did just print out some of the Kurzlook regular troops here. to go with the camels there. Let's get a little bit of the some blue there now. And of course, again, we still have that umber out here. We're somewhat respecting the umber. Oh, you know what? I am going to take a little bit of the Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa over here too. Just, I don't know, reasons. Throwing a little bit of the Indian yellow in a couple of spots over here already, and Terra Rosa again. Whoops. Well, that should be interesting. Anyway, yeah, let's do some of that down here. I don't really care. You can see just how concerned we get over little things, right? It's like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. Yeah, and that's not the biggest one, right? I was wondering, I was going to ask if that's the biggest one, and then I sort of had a look-see, and I said, I don't think that's the biggest one. I don't think so. So we're going to have to be doing some removing of this pretty soon-ish, thereabouts. Just throw some of this over here. So that looks appropriately hideous and messy. Yeah, it's absolutely glorious. Look at that. It's all nasty looking. Which means it's all set to look like this. Yes, all set to look just like that. Let's see. Well, the ultramarine, that is doubtful given its shininess. Now, burnt umber, we used to have that all the time. It was ultramarine died long before burnt umber. And actually, Grim, it was your fault, right? It was all your fault because you introduced mangoes into the palette. So yes, it's and the death of burnt umber is entirely Grim's fault. So we'll all blame Grim for not respecting the umber and introducing Indian yellow. Let's see, they dried up in the bottles. Well, Valfira, actually, how many months have you had those in there? And I guess the other thing is, when did they last get opened up? Because those are a couple of things. Those are not necessarily designed to last for months and months and months without being used or stirred or shaken or anything like that. So now mine, I'm always using them, or at least always giving them a shake or two here and there. But Valfira, now if you want them to really be airtight, this is the way to go, because this thing, as you can see, there's still like the liquid in there and stuff. I did this 5 years ago, and it will probably be just fine for another 5 years too. So that is one way, and they're not necessarily that expensive. I got a really, really nice snazzy container of 20 of those for, I don't know, maybe it was 16 bucks. They might be more now because of, well, stuff that's happened since 5 years ago. But hey, Defiant, how you doing? Let's see. So Grim says that the mango yellow was around before. I think. Grim, did you just research what was in Egyptian? What was in Indian yellow? Maybe that's what it was. But still, we'll still blame you for it because, well, we get to blame whoever we want. Today it'll just be Grim. Now, actually, Grim, if you want to post your... also, to everybody, please give Grim a follow. Be just like Incubus Spawn, who was generous enough to follow us. Please follow Grim, because Grim is also doing the streaming things. There's a little... Where'd Wally go? It's like, he's making some more beer. It's like, never really been a fan of fish beer, but I kind of had a talk with the hobbits, and they say they'd like to try it. It's like, all right, I'll get them later on. So thank you so much for that follow, Incubus. Hey, Cosplaying Kitten, how the heck are you doing? Here's another person that you also want to follow, because Cosplaying Kitten does lots of fantastic digital art, but also paints miniatures. So, Cosplaying Kitten, you want to throw some of your nids and other miniatures that you painted? I know you got those on your Instagram and stuff. You want to post those in the chat or whatever? That would be very cool. So Defiant, yes, this was last night. These are from Archvillain right here. And this is part of their December release. We painted this one on Saturday. Here's the big old Troll King. So these walrus dudes are on 60 mil bases. This is a 6-inch base. So that'll kind of tell you just how big that guy is. And of course, what's great is all these are hollow. And the supports worked really, really well. So they're all hollow. The supports worked great. And again, scale ale. Who would have thought he's a master brewer right here? Yes, scale ale. That's his favorite brew right there. And let me just move some of this stuff out of the way before there's an issue here. Let's see. So yeah, Valfera, especially since I'm guessing they probably didn't get used a whole bunch, and probably didn't get shaken up very much. That was kind of likely to happen. So yeah, they kind of need to get used. Just like, well, even oil paint tubes, if you don't use them for a while, you're going to have a lot of the gunk kind of pile up and there'll be some separation inside. So yeah, that's why we always recommend putting some form of an agitator inside, right? I think we're all caught up, aren't we? Yes, we're all caught up. So we'll be doing our lighter dry brushy stroke thing over the top of this, right? Some more here. And Valfera, I think ultimately as you get used to the oils, I mean, you've seen everybody else, they just kind of like working that way. The whole reason I made those was just so that people would get, just maybe feel a little bit less intimidated by them, because it would just seem more like miniature paint that they're used to, because it would be a little bit thinner from the outset. So Incubus Spawn, we're working with oil paints right here, so you can see them over here on the palette. What we did was we took some Van Dyke Brown, Black Spinel, a little indigo, some umber as well. And what we did was we just put that over the top, and now we are wiping away some of those oils with the sponge. You can see a lot of this gets left behind because that's just the primer right there. So you can see some of that gets left behind. And then we're going to be coming in with our lighter, basically dry brush applications over the top of it. So Dano, now the only thing, and I was showing this last night, you can sort of take the tube and sort of walk it back and forth like this. The thing is, it's a metal tube, and metal fatigue is a thing, so you do that too often, could have a little bit of an issue. There was one company that tried using oils for weathering stuff, and their paints were notorious for separating inside the tubes and just turned into a gooey mess. So he made plastic tubes, and they still broke, and it still didn't help the other situation either. So sometimes what you could do is just always have a paper towel on hand. And when you first start squeezing stuff out of the tube, maybe squeeze it onto the paper towel first, and then move on to putting it down onto the palette. Speaking of the palette here, just to kind of grab... Oh, and actually, Dano, this is that same thing I was telling you about here. Look at this. The violet here and the green together it is basically making sort of a light gray color here. We're going to make sure we got this as a dry brush. We don't want to have too much green in here. Don't want too much green, but you can see a nice light touch, right? Very light touch over the top of this. Let's see. Yeah, Valfera, I'm going to be getting those, whatchamacallit, what the heck are they called? The nail polish containers. Yeah, I'm going to be getting some of those for my new fluorescents that I'm making, because I want to have bigger containers of them, because I just go through them so darn fast. Those little jars, especially for the fluorescents, they're just too darn small. Too small. So here again, we're going to go a little bit stronger with the violet on this here. Happy Heretic, they really are amazing. And what's interesting is that even shiny colors don't get very shiny with it, because this was done last night. And even Even though some parts of it are still wet, there's no shininess to this because so many of the radiants were mixed into them. So that is really, really cool. And here's another example too. Now this, even though it's dry, because of all the reds in the sails, that would normally be really shiny. But because we were mixing in things, well, we used indigo in the shadows and pearly and black, and then some of the radiance for the highlights on there, no shiny on that. So that's really, really, really cool. Hey, Sidewinder. So Sidewinder, there's a couple of things that you have to think about is what primer are you using? Of course, we always use the Badger Stynores primer. And the likelihood is that you also have to think what paints are you using, because some colors, well, they'll take a little bit longer, not days or weeks. Then finally is how much paint are you putting on there? And just as a matter of the way things go, when people first start using oils, they usually put between 3 to 10 times as much paint on there as they really need to, because they're used to acrylics, and acrylics kind of promotes the piling on of paint. With the oils, you need very, very, very little paint. So that walrus guy I just showed you, that will be, well, by tomorrow, most parts of him are going to be totally dry. Within 2 days, I should be able to even think about putting my, just the dull coat over the top of them, the usual anti-shine stuff. And that would be this stuff right here. And we use this on our acrylic figures. This is all I've used for, geez, the last 15 years. The Army Painter Anti-Shine, because I can just brush that stuff on. I don't have to worry about weather conditions or spraying or any of that garbage. I just brush it on as much as I need or as little as I need. Hey, Lamines, how the heck are you doing? So Lamines, yeah, I did print out probably the largest piece of anything that I've had to hollow and support myself. And I'm actually starting to be more secure in my supports than in just the supports you have on just that come with miniatures, with a few exceptions. You know, like Printing Goes Ever On, Archvillain, I trust theirs. Artisan Guild, pretty much trust theirs too. There's others that I sort of trust. And there's others that are just, oh, heck no. and I think we've discussed some of those that are in the oh, heck no category, in the no bueno category. So yeah, Sidewinder, that's just something that you'll find because I use less paint myself, certainly than I used to use years ago. And if you would compare it to even 2 months ago, I use less paint now than I did then. 2 months before that, I used more paint. 2 months before that was more paint. So I'm constantly using less and less paint myself. And that is just something that kind of, it just grows. It just grows on you. You get used to it. It becomes just part of your thought process. You don't even, after a while, you don't even notice it. You don't even notice it. Oh, geez. No. Valfera has it right. It's the Optiling oils. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Valfera jumped on that in a heartbeat because Valfera knew exactly how that goes down. So yeah, the Optilings, you want to set those aside and, well, not use those anymore because I tried using those and it was hideous. They were shiny, they were nasty, they had no grip, and they took forever to dry. So that would be, well, there you go. Mystery is solved. And thanks Valfera for spotting that one because the camera boom is in that weird place again, so it's hard to see the chat. Yeah, Sidewinder, I wanted to like those, but unfortunately what I thought they were was basically the tube version of these. Well, these came afterwards. So I think a lot of the issues with the Optiling stuff was fixed by MIG when they did their oil brushers. So yeah, the Optilings, they're just, I don't even know where they are. They're just in a box somewhere. Don't care where they are, because I would rather use I'd rather use the Senolé oil paints. And there's folks like Landrast and others that know just what that means, that particular statement right there, that I would rather use the Senolé oil paints again than use the Archvillain. So yeah, that's how powerful that statement is. Let's see. So yeah, the Archvillains, they look real pretty, and they look way better in the tube than outside the tube. They're the perfect paints for just like keeping inside the tube and just leaving them there. Anything outside the tube, well, that doesn't go quite so well. And again, it's a shame. That wasn't what I wanted to have to say about them, but unfortunately, I thought there was something wrong with me. I said, wait a minute, I've only used oils for 40 years. What the heck's going on here? And then I talked to some folks and they said, no, that wasn't you. That was the Archvillains, because the same thing happened to them. Yeah, here, where did that go? Yeah, there it is. Terror Verte. Yeah, look at this is why you can't trust the labels. First of all, never trust the stupid pigment number, but then don't even put your faith in this, because this is rated the same as Egyptian Violet. We know, and this is the actual paint that they put up here on the label. You notice there's a wee bit of difference in the translucency right there, yet they have the same marking. So basically all that stuff on the label, 99.999% of the time, I just ignore it, because there might be a bit of inaccuracy to it, just a wee bit. Yeah, a little bit of yellow, the Radiant Lemon, sorry, on the brush. Eventually we got to get that, what the heck is that, the Radiant Yellow? We'll have to get that just to see that, play with it. We'll have to get the Radiant Red. Those are the last two, right, Grim? Radiant Yellow and Radiant Red. Those are the last of the Radiants we have not irradiated ourselves with here yet. So these were, what were they, maybe 2 years ago max. So unless they've been reformulated in the last year or so, because it was not exactly years ago that I, like 4 years ago or something that I used those guys. Look at that, look at that. See, they're doing a little bit of a dry brush stuff here over the top. Let's get some of that into these little spiky things here. Won't do too much with them, because pretty good chance I'm going to have to stick my hand on top of those guys. So let's do that. So yeah, I think that's, well, people are painting those over gloss coats and stuff too. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe it's formulated for that. God knows. I still have never understood that whole idea of, we'll put 2 brush strokes on there, we'll put a gloss coat on it, then we'll paint 2 more brush strokes, then we'll put another gloss coat on there, and it's like we're literally going to have all our paint floating on 200 panes of glass. What could possibly go wrong? I never understood that. It seemed a little bit psychotic to me just from the get-go. Never really understood that. Yeah, let's, I think somebody did it once, and then everybody else just thought, well, this is the way. And then everyone else did it, and it became the way. Even though it got in the way. See what I did there? Look at that, more linguistic genius. It must be Friday. Back to my Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa. And again, there is very little paint in this brush, but once we get it over here, as you can see, it's when it starts to mix with the existing colors, it's almost like you just got a bunch of paint back on the brush. Let's throw some more of that here. You know what? Oh, you know what? We're going to actually, let's respect the umber. Of course, Nessie's not here. So as soon as we know that Nessie's going to be part of the stream, we'll have to just suddenly stop using the burnt umber again. And then maybe hint at we might be using Payne's Gray again just to get his hopes up. You know, not that we're like a dog with a chew toy or anything like that. Let's see. Oh, okay. And the 502s are the one that are just goopy with the, oh yeah, the unincorporated oil. Yeah, that's, you don't mind unincorporated like land masses or something like that, but yeah, unincorporated oil is never good. Not good at all. And just hitting a little bit of the Terra Rossa out here in a couple of places. You can see that this is, what is it, 35 minutes in? 35 minutes in, and we've got ourselves a fair amount happening here already. Doesn't take long, does it? Does not take long. And again, this is from Archvillain right here. Here's some of the other stuff. So this is from the same December, was it the Frostburn? I almost want to call it Frostburn Archipelago. Frostburn Horrors. And then, of course, here's some more stuff from Archvillain. This video is up on the YouTube channel where we did all the jungle foliage, so you can go check that out now. Of course, in November, especially, well, December and January, we were painting up the Sons of Sekhmet. I think it was November, we were painting up the Daughters of Sekhmet. And, of course, we're doing some more of their vamps right there. Let's see. Yeah, Chris, there was somebody, who was it that was so fortunate they had just gotten them? I mean, they had just brought them home practically, and everyone in the chat said, "Don't open them." He says, "What are you talking about?" They said, "Don't open those. Take those back." He says, "What do you mean?" And sure enough, he took them back the next day, and he got some of the other paints for him. So we sadly we can't save them all. We can't save all. We can save some, but we can't save them all. But for all those that ended up with those, I mean, I can understand because, you know, you see all the stuff on Facebook, you see the fancy ads for them and everything else, and you think, oh, this will be spectacular. Then you go to use them, and then you say, wait a minute, what just happened here? Alrighty. All right, now a wee bit of umber here. Oh gosh, Van Dyke Brown. We're going to have to put some more Van Dyke Brown out here, I think, on the palette too. Just darken this down with some dry brushy stuff. Just reasons. Just because of reasons. So Ibrahim, how you doing? But geez, Chris, that's quite the collection of 502s. Now I think the person had sent about 18 of those, I want to say. I mean, it was a fair amount. So it wasn't just one or two, and I kept trying them, and yeah, there was no saving those things. I was so darn disappointed. And thank you so much, Dano. It's only, but it just, I was gonna say, only just seems like yesterday, doesn't it? Yeah, Chris, we in the Linseed Brotherhood tried to save everybody. We try to save everyone, not just ourselves. We try to save the world, don't we? So, geez, Dano, that's pretty incredible, huh? Well, Dano, remember when I was just saying the other day that it was only essentially around this time last year when I really kind of said, okay, now I know what the heck's going on with this printer? Which, of course, then it died just, you know, a week or two afterwards, but that's how it goes. So, yeah. It seems like it's been a really, really, really long time, but it hasn't been a really, really, really long time. Actually, so Laminus, what kind of weather do you got going on there? And we're gonna say thank you so much, Anito. Appreciate that. Ganov also appreciates that. He says you shall not. He says, yeah, I know. We'll pass you around soon of some scale alias. Well, that wasn't exactly what I was gonna say, but again, never thought I'd be into fish beer, but you know, You give me enough of that pipe weed, I'll try anything. Tell you something, man. That dude always has a case of the munchies. Yeah, so it's basically, isn't that right, Dano? It's crazy to think about it, right? And how different things are probably going to be a year from now. Of course, there'll be floating printers out in space or something like that, and they'll all be in nuclear-powered cars and everything. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. We never got the nuclear-powered cars. Always wanted one of those. Not that we would ever, utilize the vehicle reactor for other things, and we would never do anything like that ever, of course. Yeah, Laminess, that's pretty much what we've had here. I think it was about 10 degrees at midnight or so, something like that. So we've made use of our heater and such, and been taking out the resin and heating that up too. And it's well, of course, Soraya Smoky Black, which of course I just had to order more last night because of all the giant thing. Well, I don't know how giant they necessarily are, but they are larger things. We have been printing larger things, even though they're pretty much hollow for the most part. But that's chewing through the resin something fierce. So Grim wants a power suit. Actually, I'll just settle for some Tuesdays. Seriously, I will settle just for some Tuesdays. I would not mind some Tuesdays. Or Armored Wolf certainly would not mind some Tuesdays, as we're just going to start to get working a little bit lighter color here around his snoot here. Let's see. Listed at this point. So say we all. Thank you so much, Diesel. I appreciate that. Here, let's thank you so much for that sub. Much appreciated. A little bit of a sip too of some of our medicine. The Sidewinder again. Which of the colors are you using? Because some of them will take longer to dry, and of course it also depends how much you're using. So remember, before the op-tilings, we also talked about just how much paint is on there. You can see how little paint we're putting on here, and you can see how what we'll do is we'll apply, and you can see how that's lighter. That's probably lighter than what I would just be doing there. All right, and then we're going to come back with another brush here, and as you can see, we're just going to take some of that away. So we're constantly removing paint here. Let's see. I think we're all good. And Sidewinder 2, what primer were you using? You were using the Stynylrez, right? You might have said, but sorry if you didn't say, because that also can have a big difference. I know that a couple of folks, everything was the same, except then I asked them what kind of primer they were using, and they said, well, I'm using Rust-Oleum or Vallejo or something like that. And I said, oh, okay, that's another thing you want to be thinking about. Here, let's do a little more of our... There we go. And a little bit more here too, just to lighten that up. But coming back to our blending brush, see, we just put that blob of darker paint there. Look how we're just going to move that around. Move it around. And that's it. See that I didn't need any more paint there. That's why it's going to really dry so much faster, because there's just so little paint on there. There's very little paint. And even this paint that's going on here now, that is considerably thinned down. Now, of course, it's not thinned down to the level, say, of a pin line wash or anything like that, but it's pretty darn thin, I gotta say. So I'm gonna slap that on there, and let's do a little bit of our blending here again. Yeah, paint cut, we stopped using Vallejo primers, wow, 15 years ago-ish, something like that. Well, certainly 10, 12 years ago, we stopped using those. We didn't realize it, but yeah, then other folks said, oh yeah. Even folks that really love Vallejo paints, they all said, oh yeah, ditch the Vallejo primer. Get rid of that stuff. And other folks that have kind of ditched that and used the Steinerist for their oils, they have definitely, or even the MIG Ammo, was it the one-shot primer, which is, of course, basically Steinerist with the MIG Ammo label on it. So yeah, the Vallejo primer stuff, that's been a no-go here for a long, long time. And I wasn't the only one that noticed. Kathy noticed it too, and like I said, other folks that we know, they all noticed the same thing. And it's funny because I still have a bunch of Vallejo primer. Well, I mean, not giant vats of it, but I have several different containers of Vallejo primer. I love their texture pastes. We use those all the time. Just not so much on the primers. Not so much on the primers. And I mean, that's, well, look, even Williamsburg, right? It's pretty much my favorite paint. And yet they made a clunker like this, which is why we call it Terra Verte, never to be used again. Probably not even, maybe for terrain, but other than that, that's it, because it's kind of useless. So everybody can kind of make a clunker every now and then. It kind of happens. And again, we're not trying to bash on products or anything like that, but just so many people have run into those same issues. We knew it had to be more than just a coincidence. Hey, Ranzarok. Now, Ranzarok wants to see the one true brush, which we started off with here. Where did that one go? There it is, the one true brush. Now, originally, they were all green handles like this one here. They were all green handles like that. Now, when they are pristine, here, let me see if I can get this thing out of here. This is what they look like. They are from Hobby Lobby, $4.99 for a package of 12. So you can see they look pretty nice, right, when they're all pristine, and they actually can do some pretty neat stuff when they're like that. After a while, they start to maybe get a little bit more worn down. Well, look at this. It's almost like a homemade filbert brush here, right? Now then they start to get even, more messed up. They start to look more like this just permanently. Well, that's when we'll actually take a scissors to them, and we're going to do something like this right here. We're going to spatter. We can stipple. I mean, look at the state of the handle. So no matter what the handle color is, no matter what state they're in, whether they're pristine and new or whether they've been mostly destroyed by glue and other things, well, they're always going to be the one true brush. And of course, yes, I am the Lord thy craft brush, you shall not place sable brushes before me. Of course, we don't really place sable brushes at all because, sadly, because of quality issues and availability, we had to kind of ditch those too. It's a bummer, but I can't think of the last time I used a sable brush. Wish it wasn't that way. Hey, JP, how you doing? So Mr. Surface 1500. That's now can you let's see, what was I gonna add? Oh, Vallejo, could you potentially brush that on, or is it more of a spray can type of a primer, or is it an airbrush only type of primer? Now, of course, here in Chicago, if you take the entire calendar year of 365 days, there's about 37 seconds where the temperature is good enough outside to be spraying anything. So that was why we needed to find a solution early on. Yeah, we needed to find a solution to that. Okay, so yeah, rattle cans, maybe there's places around the world where you can use Rattle cans a little bit more easily because you don't have to worry about weather things doing nasty stuff to it, but this is not one of those areas. Plus two, what is it? One of these jars of Steinerez, which is, I don't know, what, $5-6 or something, is worth about 3 cans of primer. Because when I brush this on, I can get more coverage than 3 cans of spray primer that are, what, about $15 a piece or something? So that's, people want to save some dough. $5 instead of $45, and you pretty much get the same amount of miniatures primed out of it. I think there's something to that. I mean, I could be wrong, but that could work. All right, well, everybody please give JP a follow then, if JP has now wandered into the streaming world. Hopefully you get the tech issues solved. I know that those are no fun, and sometimes they just, well, they're just no fun. That I know. So yeah, everybody please give JP a follow. That would be sensational. Let's keep working with our lighter tones here. So yeah, I have tons and tons of videos using the MIG Ammo oil brushers. Gosh, I think for the first couple of years I did oil painting, it was for the most part with the oil brushers. I started to branch out into the Wintons and the Artist oils around about 3.5 years ago. And then it was a couple of years ago where we just kind of detached from the oil brushers. I mean, it's not like I would never use them again ever, but for the price of them, you're just kind of better off with regular oil paints, really. Hey, Olive, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Now, what the heck? Well, we haven't really done much painting on the little spiky bits here, so let's throw in some more here. This is mostly the Radiant Violet. Yeah, mostly the Radiant Violet. Might be a little bit of the green snuck its way in there. We'll probably be coming back with maybe a little hint of turquoise here and there. Because, well, reasons. So for tomorrow, the plan is, and I was just locating all of my Candish miniatures that I printed out. So at least, hopefully, the plan is to, I thought I had 2 more chariots. There must be another chariot around somewhere, but to get a couple of these chariots built so that we can paint the 2 other color schemes, right? To go with our We Three Kings color scheme. And of course, yeah, Armored Wolf was showing me the amazing new packaging for the Armored Wolf crushed glass. It looks really spectacular. Armored Wolf's been, amongst all the other things that Armored Wolf has to do on a daily basis, he really came up aces with some spectacular stuff there. So I think you folks will really love that. And then, of course, we'll have to make sure that everybody starts to buy that and enjoy it. I will be working on a bunch of winter-themed stuff, so I've got a bunch of Iron Hills dwarves that I'm going to also be painting too, because that way, and I got some orcs, and they're actually all ready to go. I just have to be slapping some paint on the miniatures. So we might be doing that. It kind of depends when we need those as subjects for painting videos, but who knows, maybe even next Thursday or something. We could be painting some of those just to make sure that they are dry and ready for snow in a week or so's time after that. Let's see. So I think we're all caught up. So So JP, now are you gonna do kind of shorter streams to start out with, just to kind of get your legs under you there? Because I know there's all the as I was just like I watched a lot of the YouTube training videos on how to work with your YouTube channel and such. Though they did advise, while you think it might be good to just stream for 10 hours every single time, they said no, you want to stream smarter, not longer. So you may not want to be streaming tons and tons of hours, at least at the start. Just let the audience kind of build. All right, there we got some muscles in there. Let's see. Oh, and Frayed Brush. Everybody, please go follow Frayed Brush, because Frayed Brush also a fellow streamer. So I apologize if I missed anybody who's also a fellow streamer there with the shout-outs. I try to do that. But we're kind of doing this on about, what, 4 hours of sleep or something like that, so we might be a little bit foggy on some of the details here. All right, now I've a little bit of the Indian yellow mixed in with the Radiant Lemon. I'm gonna, what would we like to do here? I'm gonna actually grab a little Terra Rosa maybe, and hit that with the Radiant Green. We'll mix those two together. Yeah, it's sort of a fun, like a shadowy skin color that we sometimes use. So we've definitely had, well, we've already had ourselves some puppet shows here. We had several last night. Definitely had several. Of course, Prinkles has already come out, and well, as we know, Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty, just kind of takes over for everything. Uh, 2 hours, 2 nights per week. Oh, that's, yeah, JP. That last part you were saying? Oh gosh, I just never get to see anybody anymore. Wish that I could, but I'm either, well, streaming or filming or editing or whatever. So yeah, I mean, even like Steela and Drax that are at what, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning my time, I'm still filming and doing other stuff then. So I don't get to see them. Maybe every so often I can see Drax or Steela, but that's about it. So actually, Valfira, you know, I could swear I saw something on the Dick Blick site or whatever. I was going to get some shelves, like very small shelves. Actually, Valfira, I might, I'll see if I can find some stuff just on Amazon or whatever. I can't store the stuff like that because it all has to be basically within a moment's reach for me, so I can't quite do something like that. But I'll just look around on Amazon and say, well, if I could have something like that, I would like something like this, and I'll shoot you a link to that. Hopefully that'll be helpful. Nah, I'm not going to need any more of that there, but I am going to come over here for some of that cadmium scarlet, some of the cadmium orange, and we'll just do this. Do some of this here. Just a little bit of warmer oranges. And again, what is this? 59 minutes in. Yeah, so we are 59 minutes in here. And this guy is on a 60 mil base, so it's not like this is some tiny little figure or something like that. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Let's see. I mostly do it for encouragement and to maintain motivation. Well, that's really cool, JP. And folks, I think they could certainly use that. I think they could really use that. So that's a very cool thing to do for everybody. All right, Radiant, Lemon. We'll just go straight with the Radiant Lemon here. And we'll do the same little dry brushy thing over the top of this like we did. Remember, we did kind of come back into these with a wee spot of almost like a verdigris at a certain point. So I think we're all caught up on the chat. I think we are. Again, if I missed something, I apologize. That is just bound to happen. Given where the camera boom is. I think tomorrow it might not be quite the case, because I think we're going to be painting some smaller figures that also don't have huge tridents made of bone and fish bones and stuff. So I think tomorrow will be a little bit different. Be able to get closer. Sammy, the techniques are exactly the same. It doesn't matter. It could be a giant figure like this guy. Well, he wasn't exactly giant. It wasn't all that big. But we use the same stuff on, well, terrain, right? We use the same techniques on the terrain. We use the same things on those guys, and we use the same stuff here. So those little vehicles are, what, an inch long? And I use all the same exact techniques on those as what we're doing here. Oh, if I was young, be doing some sculpting streams. I take it. That would certainly be very fun. Because all the same rules of light and dark apply, all the same thing of thin over thick and too much paint, or less is more and more is way too much. It applies whether it is a giant figure or whether it is something small. So the cav are 10 mil. And I mean, well, here's our little hobbitses, right? And all of our goblins. Yeah, that painted up all these on the channel. Thanks, Bithron. Let's see. So, and again, that's why when people are getting started with the oils, we suggest maybe larger things, maybe things like bus, or like even this here. All right, because lots of large open surfaces for messing around with the blending, something like that. Because I originally thought myself that, well, maybe we'll just be using the oils for certain things. We'll be using it for all the big stuff, and then we'll use the acrylics for all the fine stuff. And then I started to realize, no, the oils actually work better on the fine stuff than the acrylics do. Much to my surprise, I did not expect that. I did not expect that. That was a big surprise to me. But wow, I kind of figured it would be the opposite. So we're just trying to get some of our lighter colors up here on the top of the tusks, bone, whatever those are supposed to be. But that whole idea of the less paint, that's just something you have to learn by doing it and in different circumstances, because I was sure that I would just do certain parts with the oils, maybe even let them dry and do the rest with the acrylics or whatever. And it took kind of a certain series of events that made me see, oh no, wait a minute, I'm way better off just doing the whole darn thing with the oils. Like I said, nobody more surprised than me. I was absolutely stunned to discover that. It's time to get some lighter stuff out here onto the snow. Just because. Hey Chapman, how you doing? So you got this one all primed up and ready to go. And well, here's Wally. There's Wally. So really Really loved him. He's just, we're going to have to definitely print these out again so that we can have them just here. And just here so they can keep us company, because I really, really, really love these guys. Really love them. Oh, hey, Sidewinder. Glad that you're able to come back again. Now, boy, Sidewinder, one of the things that was really helpful was, oh gosh, this was June of last year. Where did you go? You're right over here. So I was painting this on stream, and because I had to freehand the insignia and everything, the whole thing, I actually had to do it in acrylics, and it was a reminder of why maybe people are having certain issues with the oils, like the too much liquid, the too much paint, because as I'm working with the acrylics, I went, oh, this is why they end up with more, thinner than I do. Then there was, oh, this is why there's more paint on there. Because as I'm working with the acrylics, I said, well, for crying out loud, it kind of forces you to do all of those things. And that made a huge difference, was doing that one stream back in June with the acrylic stuff. And of course, the paints are drying and everything, and we're trying to desperately get some water in there to keep them going. So after that, I said, well, it's no wonder why people maybe are throwing some more thinner on their brush, because that's the only way you can survive with the acrylics, and it made so much more sense. And then I was able to start passing that along to folks that maybe they were kind of having those sort of things happen to them. And they said, oh, geez, yeah, that. And as soon as they kind of stepped away from that idea that, oh my gosh, I really need a lot of liquid in this, because if I don't, this is not going to go anywhere. That was a big surprise. I did not expect to learn that. Oh, thanks, Ebenezer. Here, we'll,
So say we all.
Thank you so much. Oh, geez, Chris, yeah, we're going to have to do another, that's the other thing I want to do when I go. These guys and the Twilight Kin ships. So I want to do a tutorial video on one of the elf ships, and then one of the Twilight Kin ships, because, I mean, with the sails, and there's some interesting different colors on these. So yeah, Chris, if you got any Insta or Discord pics or anything like that of the Bastilian ships, you want to share those, feel free, as it would certainly be fun to see them. Well, Chris, are those, what is it? So they say dog years. Are those Wappel years or something like that? Then it's really the same amount of time. It just passes differently for both of us. Yep, Sidewinder, that is all freehand. The same thing with the little patterns there too. We just did this one on Monday, and you can go back and watch this. I will be painting some more of this fleet on Monday. So all of this stuff, all was freehand. Then, man, did the oils make that so easy. Well, the whole thing was done in oils, but the freehand, that was another surprise, is I did not think that the freehand would be so much easier with the oils. Just like, well, here's the guy. So again, we're painting a lot of freehand tomorrow. So all of this was painted in oils, all in one sitting. And again, it really made that freehand so much easier. Now, of course, I don't have any of my Rohan guys up here. Gee whiz, thought I had some. So yeah, all the stuff painted in the oils here. Let's, I think you saw some of those other ones. Here's some more of our Armada ships, again, all painted with the oil. And there's some of the Empire of Dust. There's our HMS Victory. And there's our Orc fleet right there. And of course, a lot of these guys are up on YouTube. All of these painted with the oils, of course. And this one, also too. And look, all our Candish guys, they're all painted with the oils and all the freehand. So those are the 3 color schemes we will be matching. So I thought I had 3 chariots. Well, we're going to find a second one. We'll get those 2 prepped up and then try and do some fun freehand like that. Here's some more of our oil paints. We did all the freehand tattoos on them as well. We also like to do terrain, also painted with the oils. And of course, more oil painting here. We've done, 3 of our chapter studies already. And we'll be getting to our 4th one very soon. And of course, here's the Moria army. We painted all of this on stream. We painted, 15 of those goblins with all the object source lighting in 12 hours. I think it was 12 hours. And of course, here's our Dunlendings and Wolves of Isengard. Because, reasons. So there's three primary brands. And I'll just get them out here so you can see what the labels look like. So you can see how that snow has started to change, right? So it got some lights in some different areas. So here's our big 3. Whoops, that's better. So the 2 that are very similar in price and in quality, Winsor Newton and Gamlin. They're very solid paints. I like them both. We use them all the time. This is going to be more expensive, but I mean, it says handmade. For the most part, Terror Verte aside, that little clunker, you kind of get what you pay for when it comes to the Williamsburg. And of course, where is our high quality thinner that we use? That would be this right here, our odorless thinner. It's Speedball is the main brand. Mona Lisa is the sub brand. So your looks like the wood on the banner. Chris, I think you'll have a blast with the Empire of Dust fleet. I did, and Tomb Kings aside, I just, I love the Egyptian stuff, and I did finally see the Salamander fleet, basically Chinese junks. I was kind of hoping those would be turtle ships for sure. I'm not sure why they went away from turtle ships, unless maybe some other game has turtle ships and they just were trying to maybe avoid any potential confrontation, maybe. I don't know. Hey, Cat Herder. Cat Herder, nope, actually, because it takes so little. It's such a powerful color, you use very little of it. But you know who's very powerful? Look who's back. It's Prinkles. See what Prinkles just did? He said, so you'll sub, that's good, but you better clean my litter box because you might have a present where you least expect one. Worship me as a god. So yes, we just painted this one a week ago, right? Wasn't that last Friday we painted up Prinkles, the most beloved and feared character on the channel? So thanks so much, Cat Herder. Appreciate that. Good old Prinkles the cat. All right, so we're now that already starts to fall in line. This is 1 hour and 12 minutes in. And this was only about 4 hours and 40 minutes last night. These are 60 mil bases right here. Look at that. It towers over this cave trough. That's how big these guys are. And yet the oils are really letting us have some fun here. And just kind of plow through things. This is fantastic. Here, let me get a little bit of warmer, lighter colors on our not snow bits here. And maybe grab a little bit of the radiant green just for a little bit of an accent there. Try to get some lights back in there. All right, let's grab this brush here. Let's see if we can add some, finally get into some lighter tones now. Let's try this, see what happens. Using the Gamsol thinner. Oh yeah, Sidewinder. Oh my gosh, the nasty dime store stuff. Ooh-wee, that'll clear the sinuses, won't it? Also, it just kind of messes up the paint too. So yeah, I know that a couple of folks in the chat, they like the Gamsol. The first stuff that I ever used, well, kind of when I started doing the miniatures and oils was the MIG Ammo odorless thinner. I know that Stila has used the AK Interactive thinner with success, their odorless thinner. So I'm sure you would be okay with that one too. But I know there's got to be at least 2 or 3 people, I think, in the chat that have at least tried the Gamso and had success with it. So look at that. See how that starts to stand out? Boom. So see, there you go. Grim has used it. I know there's a couple other folks that have. Wow, Chapman, that sounds nifty. So Chapman, is that a Gamlin or is that a Windsor Newton one there? Who knows? Maybe that's a more powerful whatchamacallit there, ultramarine blue. See, Landrat, I thought so. I knew see, they're coming out of the woodwork. They're coming out of the woodwork. Speaking of woodwork, we're just getting the bone stuff here on top of the woodwork. Just looking a little lighter here in just a couple of spots. Oh, you got an email that Sounders went up for a pre-order. Oh, okay. Chapman, gosh, do you hang out on the, what the heck is it called? Armada Fanatics Facebook page? I think that's what it's called. Somebody posted a picture of a ship that has what looked like an ogre on it. Well, way bigger than an ogre. And there was like tentacles or something sticking out of the top, upper superstructure of the ship and stuff. Is that some other new fleet that they're working on or whatever? Because I don't remember that one. I certainly don't have those ships. I was like, what the heck are those? Because I didn't think they were conversions. Hey, Spider-Man. Nice to see ya. Happy Friday. And thank you so much, Spider-Man, because we could use it. And thank you so much again, Cat Herder. Appreciate that. Look at that, Spider-Man. That's 2 kids right there. That is 2 kids. If we can just do like 4 or 5 more, we almost have ourselves a hobby crew team. Because you could have, especially when they're small, they got tiny hands. They'd be really good at getting rid of mold lines and stuff. And then when they get older, they can do all the brush-on primer stuff. Because it's not like they'd have anything else to do during the day. So here is, this is Wally. We painted him last night. And these are both from Archvillain right here. Really enjoying the heck out of these, and they are all part of the Frostburn Horrors, just like this guy right here. This is the, I just call him the Ice Troll King. I'm not sure if that's what they call him, but that is a 6-inch wooden plaque right there. So that kind of gives you an idea just how big these guys are. Well, JP, well, if you got Instagram or Discord or link, you want to show those in the chat. And Dano, you want to show some of the stuff that you've been painting. And Bithron, of course, you want to show off some of your nifty terrain and mechs and everything, and some of your Lord of the Rings stuff. Show people, what you guys have been doing, of course, so that they can check that out too. Oh, thanks, Spider-Man. So Crazy Wolf, I started 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 17 seconds ago. That is, sorry, totally wrong. 18 minutes and 23 seconds ago. We were off by 5 seconds. We say hello to Rex. Rex, how the heck are you doing? Nice to see you again. So these are really enjoying these. I've got one more already printed out. I've got an ice troll printed out. Actually, maybe that's what we'll be painting on Thursday. Again, it's kind of we're making a big push here, just trying to get a bunch of things done, and because we're trying to secure the new printer, of course. Leaf painting. Speaking of somebody that's got some really neat stuff to show. So Leaf, yeah, you're going to have to throw up some of the links there to some of your new stuff because, of course, well, I've seen that floating by on Instagram there. And those they're all looking sensational there, Leaf. So congratulations on that. Really looking good. So now we're starting to get in our brighter highlights, right? It really starts to have some impact here. Still not white. There is still some color in this yet. And of course, we didn't start off with bright highlights, right? We didn't even start off with dark color. We kind of started in the middle, and then we've been working our way out both ways from there. Oh, Rex is working on a 90 mil oily Viking. Well, Rex, I hope that the oils have made it pretty fun, made it kind of easy. I'm sure they have. Look at how easy this makes it. I mean, this is just, it feels like stealing every single time. It really does. Now we're going to start to fool around with... Nah, I'm going to grab a little bit of the radiant blue here. We're going to start to fool around with some of those kind of turquoise colors on our metals here, right? So let's just start to play around with some of that. So I just threw some on there. Somewhere there's a blending brush around here like this one. Let's make sure there's nothing on that. So we got that blob sitting there. Well, wait a minute. Not anymore. Because that blob just got blended. We blended the blob. It's all blended now. Yeah, that Nagash really, really looking sensational. And for folks that weren't around last night, among the other files that I've been trying to make to the Archvillain stuff is some chaos stuff. And what are they? The dragon ogres. Oh my gosh, they are fantastic. Okay, so yeah, there was a bunch of tentacles, and there was a big giant ogre guy like sitting in front of a pot, and there was sort of tentacles coming out of the pot, I think. So that kind of, ogres are all about, well, Chef Boyardee, right? So I guess maybe that's what that was. Maybe somebody was painting some kind of a pre-production ship or something like that. Because I don't remember seeing those. I don't remember seeing those. Of course, I never saw the salamander stuff either, but it is what it is. So, like, see, we just got a little bit of that bluish green there. Let's do some of that over here as well. Just a little bit of a hint of it there. And this is just a bit of the radiant green mixed with phthalo green. And I like a little bit of the radiant blue too. Just a smidge of that here. Okay, now blending brush time. So Chris, that's what it must be. It must be something like that. So Chris, yeah, I'll try and do a video of one of the elf ships so that we can show off the free handy stuff. I think we're caught up, right? Because there's a lot of links being posted. If I miss anything in the chat, just again, feel free to say it again. Because it's hard to see under any circumstances right now, especially when it starts moving along quick. You know what? I think I will do something like that. So again, instead of a whole bunch of layers here, I'll just throw this over here. Look at that. We're going to push from this side, right? And then we'll do the same on the other side. Blammo, there we go. Hey Megan, how you doing? So Megan, you heard all about the scale ale, right? Last night I think you were around long enough. I know the quiz has been around a little bit. So look at that. See all the fun stuff going on in the metals right there. Yeah, it can be just that easy, just that fun. It really can be. I'll lighten up some of these. Just a little bit, whatever these little spines are here. Yeah, Megan. Well, again, I do hope that finally maybe a corner is being turned. Now, of course, you turn the corner. Sometimes that just means there's a big truck coming from the blind spot there. But hopefully that's not the case. We're hoping that. Here, let's get some warmer stuff going on here. Let's grab some of the, I don't know, this is some cadmium, scarlet, whatever the heck that is. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. We'll lighten this here. Let's get some of our radiant lemon. We'll mix some of that with a little bit of the Indian yellow. So that is now a very opaque, intense yellow. It's kind of taken over for cadmium yellow deep. A couple of potential reasons. First of all, it will dry more evenly, or it'll just dry at the same rate as the other paints, because not cadmium. And, well, ultimately it would be a lot cheaper, too, because mangoes cost less than cadmium. At least apparently they do. That's what we're going by here. Hey, Super Lazy, nice to see you again. Oh, yeah. Now, of course, that could be Prinkles the cat. We have determined that, Megan, the arrival of Prinkles the cat has coincided with some printer oopses there. Yeah, so I think Prinkles the War Kitty might have some strange and unusual power. Look at this. Ah, oh, look at that. That's very fun. Here, let's do some more here. Some more here, and let's get some of our yellow up here. Be a nice little contrast to all of the turquoise we've been using. So Super Lazy, nice to see you, and happy Friday, of course. You know what? I will let that just get a little lighter right there, and maybe the same here, but also a little bit more of the yellow just for funsies. And of course, Wally, and this is his favorite beer, Scale Ale. The fish have to be live inside the barrel, though, because that's what really gives it that extra flavor, right? Yeah, it's not quite the same unless you have the live fish inside the barrel. You don't get the full nature of it. And given, well, never mind. Let's see. So yeah, the way that the Indian yellow is made involves it involves cattle and it involves mangoes. And it involves, well, it involves bodily functions after the mangoes, which will forever be absolutely hilarious. That's always going to be funny. That will pretty much never quite get old. Let's get a little bit more of our yellow on this thing. Maybe more of the, here, this also is, oh, radiant green, also with the yellow, because reasons. Oh, it's Gollum's favorite beer. So Scale Ale is Gollum's favorite beer. He likes it raw and wriggling. Is that going to be the campaign slogan for Scale Ale? Drink Scale Ale, it's raw and wriggling, which also, of course, has other potential connotations for out of context, shall we say. Not saying, I'm just saying that maybe there's a potential out of context stuff there. Yeah, I have no idea what that potential context might be myself, but I'm sure something could be thought of. All right, just throw a little bit more of the green. That was basically the yellow. Some radiant yellow mixed with some of the radiant green. Not really having to do quite as much with the pin line glazes this time around. Not quite so much. And of course, this is not white. I know it looks very bright. Still not white. Definitely not white. And of course, what are we at here? We're at 1.5 hours in. And boy, the oil's just really making some short work of this guy here. Now, it also helps too, having painted the other one last night, now I sort of know, okay, that's what this thing is. Oh, that's what that's supposed to be. Okay. So even when I was doing those motto writers and I painted the one for the Patreon tutorial video, I was just noticing, wait a minute, this is a more complex color scheme, but it's going faster. What's going on here? Well, it's because we'd already painted 3 of them on stream. So I kind of had a better sense for how they're constructed and what different things are. Hey, Lady B, how you doing? So yeah, Chris, and JP, that scale ale, boy, that's one of the nastier beverages of Middle Earth. It's sort of like it's like prune juice for walrus, man. That'll clear out something. Not sure what it will, but it'll clear out something. Here, we'll get a little bit. Yeah, let's throw some lighter stuff in here too. And we'll do a little bit lighter right here. And this is the Linseed Brotherhood here. Everybody is welcome in the Linseed Brotherhood. You just have to make sure you wear the robe and drink all the Kool-Aid. You must drink all the Kool-Aid. Finish it all. Finish all your Kool-Aid, and then you'll be part of the Linseed Brotherhood. And doing some more with our this brighter kind of greenish yellow right here. And let's go a little lighter. I'm going to add some white into this here. It's still not straight up white, but we have this little roundel we want to get here too. See if we can find a couple of lights on that as well. Especially where it is. It should be catching a decent amount of light anyway. Like so. Let's see. Hey, Artemichael, how you doing? Now, of course, the Kool-Aid that we use for the Linseed Brotherhood is, of course, tamarind flavor, which probably doesn't exist anymore because while it tastes really good, they sadly, the choice of colors they chose, well, it sort of looks like, looks a bit like a mudslide, as they might say. After a rough day of, shall we say, digestive issues or something like that. That is very much what the tamarind Kool-Aid looks like, which is why it was labeled, I gave it the name Kool-Aid. So that is the flavor of Kool-Aid that you have to drink to get into the Linseed Brotherhood. And you have to drink it all, of course. Getting a little bit of a lighter edge right into here. Let's pick up a couple of these guys. Still not all the way too white yet. We're leaving ourselves some room here. Leaving ourselves some room. I'll never forget when Kathy's sister was here. And she smelled me making the Kool-Aid. She said, "Oh, that smells really good. I want to have some." And I poured it, and I made sure it was a clear glass, a nice clear glass for her. And I said, "Here's your Kool-Aid." And for whatever reason, she lost all the enthusiasm for drinking it. Not sure why. Let's see. So yes, the Lindsay Brotherhood, we have there's room for everybody there. We want everybody to be able to enjoy their painting at last, so therefore we always have room in the Linseed Lodge. Think of how much painting takes place in the Linseed Lodge every single day, because the oils, right? People getting stuff done. It's the land of never unpainted miniatures. It's the land of only painted miniatures. No gray piles of shame in the Linseed Lodge. Try and get a couple of our lights there. I'm probably going to do some little pin line washes in this area too on his little trident here. His fishy trident. Such as it is. Working in a little more light right there. And then this also probably, yep, needs to be lighter along that side. And then a little reflected light down here. Just because.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much, Seek and Hide. Hello, little hobbits. He's like, so yeah, you're here. You're here for the scale ale. He says, dude, that's a wooden shield. I wouldn't let Treebeard see that because he gets a little bit anxious when he sees big old piles of wood that people are using for things. He's like, what? I just found this, man. It's dead wood. Can't you see? Look at that. Very dead. It's like, he doesn't really care whether it was dead or not. So thank you so much for that follow. And of course, again, you can check out the Discord that Grimm started up so that people could have some conversations about the oils. Now, sometimes it's just, well, I live in this area of the world. Where the heck can I get this? Or if I can't get that, what might be a good substitute for this? So it's really handy. A great resource. And again, that's something that Grimm started up, so people should definitely take advantage of that. I try to post things in there once in a while too myself. Of course, if you want to see pictures of finished things, the best place to go would be Instagram. I'm just Wappelius on Instagram. And that's where I try to have those nicer images of finished things. I mean, we like to have them here so that we can look at them, but sometimes it's also nice to just have the pictures to check out. Now, this is almost a bit of a pinkish color that we're doing here. Just trying to set it. This will now recede a little bit. Even though there's multiple colors in there, we're going to be actually going into that with probably some of our turquoise like we did on Wally, the other walrus there. And as you can see, look what we just did there. Look what we just did there. Just slapped 4 brush strokes on there, which now I'm going to take, again, a blending brush here, and we're just going to push those around. That just saved a whole bunch of layers right there. And remember too, the brushstroke management phase, after a certain amount of time, we let the paint set. But once it's set for a little while, we can go back in there, right? And go back into that paint and then just take out some of the brushstrokes. It's really nifty to be able to do that. What the heck, I'm just going to use this. I don't want to forget his regular teeth here in addition to the tusks. There's a few of them. Not a lot. There's another one over there. And then we've got at least these two down here. Lighten up the bottom there a little bit. So yeah, JP will definitely have to print out another Wally because he's already incredibly popular. He is super popular already. So we must print out another Wally. Just like we have another Prinkles now, we'll have to have ourselves another Wally. Now, just go before I get too many things going elsewhere, we are going to grab some of our Indian yellow, I think. Yeah, some Indian yellow here. We'll mix it with our little bit of the Radiant Lemon, and we got to get a couple of spots like here. Like this. And paint it, we'll go check out the Book of Wappel in just a second. And I think there's a couple of helpful things there. Go check that out in just a second. Actually, this will also really help kind of demonstrate something here. So what are we doing? We're just bringing back not so much the lighter colors, but we're just bringing a bunch of warmer colors into this. Also a more intense color, right? Because Indian yellow, what is it? It is a more intense color. Because what we're going to do here is, again, show a couple of things here from our Book of Wappel. And these are really important. We didn't have to do as much of the darkening here like we did last night where I do all those pin line washes on that. Don't have to quite do that on this one right here. But contrast is more than just light versus dark. Now let's go back here to our scene and look at his head. So see where we got that gold there, that yellowish color. It's no lighter than the colors around it. In fact, it might even be darker. However, because it's that yellow, it will stand out. And then look at over here. So that pretty much looks all the same, right? Watch what happens to this area and this area over here when we bring back that color. Watch what happens here. Look at that. Turquoises and greens, oranges, yellows, right? So big difference. All right, so I think we're all caught up now, right? I think we're caught up on the chat. Now it's time for maybe just a couple of lights on, well, this little piece of armor right here. Let's see if we can do some of that. Or maybe it's just some decoration, I don't know. But it's time to just lighten that up a little bit here. Then we'll have to come in and do the kind of the final detail around his eyes too. Some of the final lights on his face. Let's get this edge too while we're at it. Same thing here. And edge contrast. There's more to contrast than just light versus dark. Right, we have edge contrast here. This is going to be all very soft and smooth, but here, lots of hard edges. Why? Well, metal's a hard surface, right? If you do hard edges on your metal, people just look at it and say, oh man, that's a hard edge. That's got to be metal or something. But if it's a soft, mushy edge, they'll just think, well, it's cloth or skin or basically something that is not metal, and that's not what you want. And we'll lighten this up a little bit under here too. Yeah, why not? Let's lighten that up too. I'm going to go back over here to at least the Radiant Violet right now. And let's lighten some more of his face right here. We'll have to come back and get his little whiskers, right? We darkened those down on the other one. He's got an awful lot of those here. But we'll do that once we get the final light colors here on that skin. So again, we're taking that lighter color, we'll just mix it in here. Doing a little bit of stippling even. This is to kind of show some of the skin texture as well, because there is a lot of skin texture here. Especially where his face is and everything. Why would we not want to show that off? Hey, Holt Mini, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Happy Friday. Oh, and of course, in Europe and Australia, we're already talking about a happy Saturday there. And it's going to be a busy Saturday here. We have a bunch of figures to get to. So yeah, lots of stuff to do on Saturday. Tons of figures to get painted. So it's going to be a busy, busy, busy kind of Saturday. Yeah, Sidewinder, it's something that we do here all the time. We call it film noir. And we always say film noir, it has value. There's a couple of dramatic things in case you have not seen those before. So and just give me a second here. I just want to make sure we don't forget this side of them here. And then I'll show you a couple of different little things just to really emphasize that point. And it's really shocking. Now you can do that yourself too. You can just take your phone, take some pictures of your miniature, and then go into whatever your phone app is and remove all the saturation, and then you'll basically have the same thing. It's not a negative, it's just removing all the saturation. And let's do that here with a couple of things. First here, let's do Prinkles. Lots of dramatic colors. You would think, wow, that red's really lighter than the blue and the gold and everything else, right? Not so much. Nope. The red is actually darker than the blues, but you don't see, even here, you don't really see, you see the edges, you see the sharp edges, the soft edges, you see that contrast, right? But there's no purples, there's no blues, there's no nothing till we bring this back. And then all of a sudden there's all those reds and blues. So that is color contrast, temperature contrast. Now let's do the intensity contrast, right? So here, watch what happens to our object source lighting. It's not gone entirely, or unless it is, watch what happens when we bring back the color here. We'll do the same thing. Poof. All of a sudden, object source lighting returns. Why? Because this is a warm, intense orange, and all of this is a cool greenish gray. Warm oranges, cool greenish gray. So again, more types of contrast. Light versus dark, it is a type of contrast. Sure as heck ain't the only type. All right, let's do a bit more of our minor colors here up around his face there. So yeah, that's a little thing we call film noir, because it really does, I mean, it just completely shows off what those different types of contrast really mean. So if you're getting, I don't know, a critique on your figure or something like that, and you get the typical response of just boost the contrast, you can ask them quite legitimately, well, which kind? Is it color contrast, saturation contrast, edge contrast? Does it need to be a temperature what does it need to be? What kind of contrast are you talking about? Which will be mildly entertaining, rest assured. Because they probably ain't going to have a clue of how the heck to respond. Now let's get some darks into the eyes. Well, we mostly just have indigo sitting over here. Oh, how's about some perlene black too? We'll mix those two in. So glad that I didn't even bother really painting the spikes too much yet, because we have to come in here and really come in with some nice solid dark. This is as much to, again, make that edge there, but that's why we chose a blue, right? A very dark bluish green, because that is going to contrast with that yellow that we just put in there, for sure. Now let's see if we can't do some of his little, some of these little guys here. So thanks, thanks, Lady B. So that's where, that is where those finished pictures go that we were talking about. So that you can see what get at least an idea there of what the miniatures look like when they are done. Here, why don't we do some more darks here? Around his eye, then we'll have to actually give him an eye. Maybe a little bit more of the dark around that edge there too. And now let's see if we can give him some pupils here. It's gonna be mostly just looking straight ahead, I think. Sorta, kinda. Sometimes when they're looking off to the side, that's almost a little bit more interesting. A little more dramatic than just staring blankly straight ahead. Here, let's catch some of our dark there. Now I'm going to start putting some of that in other areas too. Again, it's like a dark bluish green. Let's get some of that maybe on his belt here. Last night that was done as more of a pin line wash here, not quite so much. Don't really necessarily feel the need for that. Yeah, Sidewinder. Now, of course, the other thing too is lots of people are putting videos up on Instagram. I'm seeing tutorial videos up on Instagram now. And I've been wanting to do the IGTV for quite a while. I think now with the new phone, I'll be able to actually do something with that. I know I put up the first reel that I've ever done on Instagram earlier in the week or something like that, maybe last Sunday, I think it was. And I think that's one of the better ways to show off the armies, especially with some of the terrain. I mean, as much as I love the pictures, I think people, for whatever reason, they just don't really see the fact that, yes, that's an entire army of potentially dozens of miniatures. Maybe they just think it's the picture of the same miniature over and over again, painted in different colors. I don't know. But it just doesn't seem to quite register in pictures. Do I want to darken this down a little? Yeah, let's let that get a little bit darker here. Then we're also going to have to darken the toes. I know we used indigo on Wally's toes. So Simon, I've never ever done Twitter. I apparently, I guess Twitter and miniature painters, I guess folks get a little bit, shall we say, discourteous there. Now, I mean, the same thing happens on Facebook and all that, in the Facebook groups, but yeah, I never did the Twitter thing. There's only so much social media stuff that I have the time for, and between the YouTube channel and Twitch and Facebook and Instagram, and well, now even the Discord to some degree, there is no time for anything else. All right, we're going to take, we're going to take the umber and mix that with our pearline black. So that's the umber and our very dark green mixed together. That should be kind of fun. Find ourselves a few dark browns here. Yeah, and of course, well, and we like Twitch, right? It's definitely a lot friendlier than YouTube. It's not quite so territorial It does seem like on YouTube, well, you stake out your territory and that's it. There's not a lot of cooperation that happens there. It's more like a tournament scene, that's for sure. You know, I get a little bit more of the dark in there, why not? Let's get this edge set a little more. Same over here. Let's see. Let's see, what is that? The tabletop RPG. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually looked at Twitter ever. I'm pretty sure it's not on my phone. I don't think it is. Shouldn't be. I don't remember putting it on there. So yeah, I've never actually looked at Twitter. So not sure what it's all about. Other than people seem to like to get angry. That's the one thing that it seems like. Here, we're gonna do some pin line glazy things here. And Twitch has really been fabulous because think of all of the progression that we've been able to make with the oils over the last several months because people use the oils and they'll say, hey, have you tried this thing? Or, you know, look, I can get this here. I don't know if you can get this thing here, but you may want to try this because look what I was able to do with this. So it really has, the whole thing has expanded so much more quickly because everybody's been nice enough to experiment with different things and then let everybody else know how their experiments went. So that's really cool. And again, this is the is our Perlene black, that super dark green mixed with the burnt umber. We are respecting the umber again. I might do a little bit of a pinline wash of that here, just a smidge. And you can see how that's just going to move its way down into some of those crevices there. But all we can do is just touch the brush to it. You see that? We just touch the brush. Now we're going to leave it, and that's it. That is it. We can't keep messing around with it constantly. And again, this is, what, 1 hour 56 minutes in? I think a lot of folks would say, wait a minute, if I can do that in less than 2 hours, I could potentially get those armies done. And they would be actually fun to paint. And they would have all kinds of really fantastic color variety in them. Because, of course, oils just let you have all of that essentially free blending that you don't have to sit there and just work so hard at. Because all of us are limited for time, and in whatever capacity or another, we're all limited for time. Which means something that'll give you a really nice result, also in a relaxing fashion, and in a timely fashion is very good. So Sidewinder, I use those for good grief. At least the first 3 years that I was doing the oil painting on miniatures. It wasn't until I started just using other colors that I moved away from those. Like Indigo, Terra Rosa, those are typically not in those starter sets with the Wintons. And then I noticed that when I got the artist oils, and they're not that much more. I mean, let's see, where's our, something like the Perlene Black that I was showing you just now. It's a Series 1 color. This big old tube right here is probably about $6.50 on Dick Blick right now because everything on Dick Blick is on sale. So if you just kind of think strategically and just kind of get colors maybe as you need them or as they're on sale, you can get those few colors that you need and not have to just expend your entire bank account, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I was hoping that that would be the case, right? All along, that it would just make things more enjoyable for folks. And see you later there, Sammy. Friday's pizza and movie night. Well, thanks so much, Sammy. Appreciate that. Hopefully, we see you tomorrow. Again, when we can get into some of our Candish stuff. Now, of course, the Wintons have things like we call them the faux cadmiums, like the not cadmium red, and those again, you do get what you pay for, but you don't necessarily need to run out and just get hundreds and hundreds of dollars of super fancy oil paints. Nah, it's not really necessary. Especially, it depends what do you need it for. For me, this is what I do for a living, so if it means miniatures of a certain price take half the amount of time to paint, and they're also more durable and more luminous and everything else, well, it's worth the perhaps additional cost or whatever. Maybe someone doing more casual type stuff, maybe not quite the same. And of course, we paint a lot of different things here. It's not just the fantasy stuff. We've done several. Well, that was one of our army painting series. This is one of our chapter studies right here. And of course, the other fun thing to do with the oils. Now, let me see if I can grab these here. Let me see if I can find the right little color charts. Let me separate these out here. All right, I think we've got them now. So this is another fun thing to do, these color charts, right? Because we took Perlene Black, that's the color I just showed you, and then we mixed it with all the different radiant colors all the way down. Well, then we did a little bit of a portrait right here because we wanted to do some orky skin tones. Well, then we grabbed this Artisan Guild figure and then painted that. Now, this is one of my Patreon videos here, but you can do this too, right? You do your color charts, maybe just try them on a little bit of a portrait thing, and then poof, like so. And thank you so much, Reaper Miniatures. It's a Reaper raid. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much. And we are painting some really hilarious walrus guys. Actually, I'm going to back out here so that we can see both of them. Now, this is the one that we painted last night. This was painted in 4 hours, 40 minutes, start to finish. Done with our usual oil paints right here. This is from Archvillain Games. It's a 3D print. And here is another one from that same set. And we've been working on this guy for 2 hours and 2 minutes. He also was just nothing but primer at the start of this. So these two guys, total working time of about 7 hours. More like 6.5 when you factor in other things. Hey, Clavicus, how you doing? Nice to see you. So loving the oils. We love our oil paints here. And of course, here I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. This is from the Frostburn Horrors December Patreon release from Archvillain. That's the Troll King. These guys are on 60mm bases. That's a 6-inch base. So that'll give you a clue just how big these guys are. And here's some more stuff from Archvillain. Again, all 3D printed. Those Motto Riders, we painted those just the last couple of weeks. We painted these guys in December. We painted these ladies in November. So we really enjoy. I love our 3D printed miniatures. It makes life so easy. So I'm guessing that tonight was one of the D&D type of things. And I'm thinking tonight was RPG night for Reaper. And thanks again so much for that raid. I think everybody's already following Reaper, so I think we can dispense with the go give Reaper a follow, because I think everybody is. I can't imagine who's not already following Reaper Miniatures. I mean, we are. I'm sure everybody else is too. All right, let's get into some Terra Rosa here of the, well, it's got a little bit of the grayish stuff in there. That's good. And as you can see, we're just going to stipple some of this on. We're going to take what we call a blending brush here, right? And then we're just going to soften this. So we're not doing layers of paint. Hashtag no layers. No layers. You can see all the fun, almost verdigris look that we have going on here. Again, all done with our oils in very quick fashion. So Cranky Dog just came from the Reaper Errant game with the staff artists. Well, hopefully that was fun. I don't know how many total party kills maybe they have in some of their RPG things, but maybe there's been one or two over the course of the years. Possible, I suppose. And again, hello to everybody from Reaper. Just having so much fun with the oil paints here. It really does make all of this stuff so relaxing. Because I can just essentially plop a color on there and then just start pushing it around instead of having to work really, really hard. And when you got bigger things like this, especially, that really does, it means all those, imagine all of those Reaper bones you got to paint. All of those Reaper bones. Yeah, you think we don't do bones here? That's a Reaper bones dragon right there. And we've got, let's see, we have some more Reaper bones over here too, right? I know we do. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, these are all oil painted right here. So yeah, all of those painted with oils. And a lot of those are indeed bones. I think at least half of those are bones. Yeah, because, you know, bones. Oh, Valfera has to head out. So here, let's do a quick little film noir for Valfera before he leaves. Now again, really take close attention to some of these differences here. The greens, the oranges, right? The orange and then that kind of warm gray. Watch what happens when it all turns gray. In some ways, there's even less value here now because most of the contrast, what is it? It's in the colors. It's in the colors, less so with the light and dark, at least now, because we're going to be adding some more lights onto his skin and such. But for right now, a big part of our contrast, what is that from? It's coming from the color and not so much just the light and dark. Light and dark is way more, or way less than the entirety of contrast. We've also been doing some of the edge contrast right on the metals. Now we haven't really come in here with the lightest colors on his face yet. That's going to make a big difference here. So Valfera, I do hope that things get a little bit easier there for you. I know it has not been the most fun of the last few months there. Hopefully things start to get a little bit easier. I don't want to jinx you like I keep jinxing printers, so maybe I should just shut up. Oh, yeah, actually, I could use that, Valfera. I could definitely use some medicine right now. I think, well, too, it is, as it gets colder here. Oh, thanks. As it gets colder here, we will have to probably dive into our cough drops, too. Thank you so much, Valfera. And we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. And of course, it'll be a little earlier start, so you'll get the chance to see even some more. And then, of course, we will continue on all of our lovely Armada stuff on Monday. So Armada Mondays, they're back. They are back for sure. And we've got the Twilight Kin fleet. Probably about half of it still we can paint. There's still actually some Basilean ships that I could paint. They're just kind of the small ones. There's, I think 3 or 4, the Empire of Dust, again, some of the smallest ships that we can paint. Probably won't necessarily paint those on stream because they're just so tiny. Look at this, we got ourselves a clever crow. We have a clever crow. How are you doing? Nice to see ya. So everybody, please give Clever Crow a follow. Let's dive into some more of our lights there. And of course, well, here is last Friday, just 1 week ago, we painted Prinkles here, the new version of Prinkles. And here's that contrast I was telling you about, the edge contrast, right? The real soft stuff here, but then look at those super hard edges, but then soft edges. This is kind of like the universal signature for cartoon glass, right? Your eye sees that and says, man, them are some sharp edges there. That must be metal. Because watch what happens when we do this again. So we lost the reflected light, right? There is no red anymore. All of that contrast just went boom, that's gone. But there's still that edge contrast right there. And it's like the sharpest thing on the whole surface. That's telling you there's something different about this than about all this here stuff. So we call them the seven deadly contrasts, right? We want to use them all. We don't want to restrict ourselves to just one. Oh, geez, Clever Crow, that would be fantabulous. Gee whiz, absolutely, we'd love that. Just, well, I mean, you can hit me on Messenger, or even Insta if you want to. That would be an absolute blast. And we'll have something fun to paint. Well, something. We'll have some things. We will have several things that we will paint. And we'll entertain and possibly horrify the masses all at once. It's probably what's going to happen. Because, well, of course, if we're showing Prinkles the Imperial War Kitty, who is the most loved and feared character on the channel here. But then, wait a minute, she says, oh, hold on a second here. I'm the one who is dark and terrible, you know, terrible as the sea, all will love me in despair. He's like, no, you know, apparently the cat people, they like him more than they like you. It's like, but geez, but I have the ring of power. Oops. Wasn't supposed to say that. Oh, thanks, Clever Crow. And of course, here we got ourselves a Book of Wappel where we're going to, what were we just talking about in our last little aside right there? Color, temperature, and intensity, that's very important. And metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. You can use all the metallic sets you want, and we're talking true metallics or non-metallic. It doesn't matter. Does not matter. You gotta have reflected light on your metals. We're doing that here too on this guy, right? Because we have these grayer, cooler colors here. We're reflecting that here. And it also applies, this is all oils, this is all metallics. Okay, as we flip this, see how those get warmer? Towards, see how it gets cooler, you're getting colder, you're getting cold. Oh, now you're getting warmer, warmer, warmer. Reflected light, right? It doesn't matter what it is. Let's grab our, this guy here. Let's grab this guy right here. So again, this is another true metallic. Oh, look at that. Look at that blue. How in the world is this shiny gold armor not going to reflect that blue cloak that's sitting right next to it? Look at his arm. Look at that. Look at his helmet. So you got this big old blue cloak hanging right by his gold helmet. How is that not reflected on there? So even though this is metallic paint, we must still have reflected light and reflected colors. Thanks, Bithron. Cranky Dog, he's got quite the toothy grin, doesn't he? For smooching there. So yeah, Clever Crow, definitely. I don't know what time of day normally you're doing those things. Just give me a heads up. Oh, here, let's go a little lighter here. So Lady B, it's what's interesting is that it can be just within a particular color. Now, where's that? Here, we were just looking at these, right? Here's our color chart here. So it was pearly and black, that dark green, right? Well, you mix it with the white, it's going to remain cooler. But here we've got that yellow, it's warmer. Even this with the magenta, still a bit warmer. Here you can see it almost looks a bit more like blue because purple. Now blue and turquoise, it gets cooler and cooler. A little bit warmer here with the radiant green. Now we'll bring back our portrait right here. You can see warmer colors here. Warmer colors in general come forward, cool colors recede. So these cooler colors in the shadows, those are going to recede. That's why we use them here on the miniature, right? See the cooler colors down by her feet, see the warmer colors up by her face and her chest on top of her leg, just to make, just to get you to see the again, the center of interest, right? And down here, reflecting the ground, which is basically a cooler grayish color, right? And that even applies here. We've got warmer grays there, cooler grays here. This is more like indigo up here. And down here, there's actually some greens used because of the marble right there. Hey, Deuce, how you doing? So I think we're caught up, right? And hopefully, Lady B, that sort of explains it again. You can have a blue that is warmer or cooler. You can have a red that is warmer or cooler. Obviously, a red that's more like orange and a red that's more like magenta. Well, the orange color is warmer. You can have a warmer gray. Maybe you've got, maybe you mix something like a really dark brown and a pinkish color or something like that. That's going to give you a warmer gray than, say, if you took a lighter blue or something and mixed it with that same dark brown. You mean, how you doing? So Holt Mini, those are just, they're the same stuff that we use for our paintings here, right? And that's just the Crescent hot press illustration board. See, it's very thin. And again, here, let's see if we can grab one of our little landscapes there. Yeah, so same thing, right? Just the Crescent illustration board. It's the same stuff that we use for our 2D art. And I get them usually package of 20, something like that. Now, here I need to get a little bit of that turquoise on the underside. Why? Snow, right? We got to get a little bit of this bluish color onto his face. Let's see if we can do that here. All right, JP, definitely understand that. Yeah, we got maybe 4 hours of sleep last night tops, and maybe 5 the night before that. So, believe me, I can understand the desire to have those eyes closed and enter drool space. Yeah, so enjoy drool space. Enjoy that for me. I'll just drool while I'm awake here. That's we'll just be yeah, it's one thing to sleep drool. We'll just drool while we're awake, cause why not? Yeah, Holt Mini. I just got those on Dick Blick. I think package of 20, and they're 5x7, which is fantastic because, well, it's a nice size. It fits on camera. But the other nice thing is that it's really easy to find frames for those. Oh man, so much easier to find frames for those. So let's see. I think we're almost caught up there. And of course, we talk about warm and cool and all that kind of good stuff, but what are we forgetting? Let's not forget color intensity, because you can have a warm green, like say some kind of almost maybe more like a forest green, but then you could have a blazing turquoise color, like a phthalo green or something like that. Well, your eye is going to pick up on that phthalo green, because it's more of a pure color. It's more intense of a color. So you got to think color intensity. That's what we're doing right here. We're actually taking some of that phthalo green there. And that's going right into here again to furnish maybe a little bit more contrast than just light versus dark. And we're going to put some of that over here too. It's a little bit of that turquoise right there. We'll add some more of our, not really here, right? Because it's not really facing towards the snow. This, Sam, maybe it's picking up some of the reflected light of the snow. And we might even do that over here too. Blending brush. I'll just slap some of that on there. We'll take our blending brush. Bam. Easy enough, right? Does it really have to be a struggle? I'm not kidding when I say that there's like this whole marketing around making things difficult, and I've never understood that. But boy, there's a whole industry around difficult. Let's take this really simple 4-step process, maybe 3. Let's make it 17 steps. And we did this why? I'm not sure. Maybe we had some products to sell. I don't know. But it didn't have to be that many steps. Oh, thanks, Holt. I really appreciate that. Now, of course, when I finally do get around to doing the 2D art again, after doing those ornaments there, whoops, not that. Here, we want to do, there we go. That's what I want. I want to do some spacescapes. It's been so long since I've done spacescapes, and especially after doing those ornaments. After doing those ornaments, now we've got a real hankering to get to some spacescapes. So here, I let that paint, so say we just took that and extended that. Now it's got a nice little metal look to it right there. I mean, we could sit there and have to do glazes and layers and all other kinds of stuff, or we could just sort of plop the paint on there, grab another brush, and just sort of push it around and be done with it. That's what I'm voting for. Yeah. Because again, you just got Bones 5 or Bones 24 or whatever. I think since we started here, I think there's been 3 Bones Kickstarters that have happened. So you got a lot of miniatures that you need to paint, and there's more on the way, because by tomorrow, Bones 78 and 79 will start. And if you want to get those things painted in your lifetime and have a reason to keep, continuing on to like Bones 473, which will start probably sometime in February, you want to get those painted very quickly. A little bit of turquoise there. A little bit of our turquoise. And it's not super light either. Why does it look light? Context. Because we have dark next to it. You must have dark to show the light. It's a thing. It really is. It wasn't just some old German guy barking that out into a TV camera. I'm going to take some of the white. We'll mix that with our radiant violet here. So a little bit of lighter stuff on his back, and then we can maybe finally hit some of these things, because I've had to leave those somewhat paint-free because, well, I've been sticking my hands on there. So yeah, we like to tease about the frequency of the Bones Kickstarters. I mean that's good because with each one, the technology kind of emerges, right? Was it the Bones USA? That's the new material. And then of course with all the production being moved to the US, well, I mean you can you can do it faster, right? You don't have to be, nothing's going on boats or anything like that. So I would imagine that with all of that production that's going to take place here now, you could have more bones goodness coming your way. Who hates that? Nobody hates more bones goodness. And just all I want to do is on the back of his shoulders here, just find a little bit more in the way of some lights. I mean, it is pretty much with the light shining right down on it. So those should be catch a couple of lights here. And of course, too, you notice that this is, we haven't really messed with this all that much since we first put our pre-glazes on there a couple hours ago, right? We've talked about letting the paint set. That is part of letting the paint set. Let it set. Don't keep messing around with it. Put it on there. But he's big enough, right? We got other areas we can paint. Also, let's say you got smaller miniatures. We'll be working on other miniatures. Who's to say you couldn't be working on a second, third, or fourth miniature at the same time to, for all intents and purposes, slow yourself down. Well, Sidewinder, I know that Reaper has constructed a factory here in the U.S., right there on the Reaper campus. And I'm pretty sure that is the goal, is to be able to do that stuff here and not have to rely on things being done overseas, which, well, in any environment makes sense, but especially today's environment. So that's very cool. Now I know, was this, it was in the 20s. Here, let's go back to some of our, oh, nope, that's not quite where it is. I think that was over here that we found a couple of our old, here we go. So this right here, this is super important. And I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about here once we get back to our scene. So caress the brush, don't crush it. That means you don't want to be having your hand on that metal ferrule, right? Don't have a death grip on the brush. And that's true with acrylics. It's not just the oils, but especially with the oils. And of course, this is what we try to get people to do, is don't think about the oils as a super slow drying acrylic where you have to do all the work. The oils will do the work for you. You just got to let it do that. And dry brushing, right? Very light brush stroke with that sort of dry brushing motion. Here, we'll get back to our scene and we'll show you what it is that we're talking about here. This metal ferrule, I see a lot of people doing this, like they're trying to snap the brush in half. I've seen people holding the brush like this. I'm thinking that's not the most comfortable way to paint. Here, practically just have two fingers, look ma, no thumb. The hand is on the table, this hand rests on that hand. Look at this. You see that brush moving around? Not quite, do you? And look, that my fingers are nowhere near that. I don't even have a thumb on that brush. And yet, look at this. Look at the kind of control that we have just with those two fingers. That is really important. You'll notice that your hands don't get quite so tired either when you start doing stuff like that. Yeah, Deuce, is it it's the hold my beer of paint? Yes, I think oils are the hold my beer of paint. That's they're just like, here, hold this. Hold my beer, also known as scale ale. Yes, Wally the Walrus, he's a master brewer, and his newest creation is scale ale. It's just the fish have to be in the barrel though. Yeah, they must be in the barrel. Let's get a couple more of the lights here along his head. And now that we've done our little pin line wash stuff over here, and that has set, and none of it's dry, none of that is dry, I'm telling you, but it's set enough that we can start to get back in here and do some fun things. Yeah, that's Mr. Walter to you. You know what? You know what? Umber time. Maybe a little bit umber right there. Now I'm going to see if I can lighten that up with this. We're going to take the, yeah, let's take some of our radiant violet and we'll mix that to this umber right here. I don't want, this is kind of a yellowy color here. We want more of a, almost like a grayish, warm grayish color by comparison. Now we'll get that just a smidge lighter here, just a couple of spots. Don't want it to look like metal though. And of course we showed you that one oil painting there. Well, respect the umbar. If you don't respect the umbar, look what happens to your town. Yeah, so I would suggest you respect the umbar. Which of course we finally started painting some of the Corsairs of Umbar. Those were from Medberry Miniatures. Well, we'll be getting back to those guys too, soon enough. But again, tomorrow we will be working on a whole bunch of our Candish guys. Now, not every single one I think will be Medberry because I have some other figures too that I want to get painted. I've got all of my, well, I even still have original GW ones. Somewhere, yeah, this is a, yeah, that's one of the original GW ones right there. So we still have some G, so we might be painting not only the Medberry, but some of the GWs as well. Because I can't remember the last time I actually painted any of the GW Candish figures. I've been painting all this other stuff that's not GW Candish figures. Here, let's lighten up some stuff on his skin here, shall we? His fingers here, you thought that was as light as we could go. Nope, we can still go a little lighter here. Same on this hand. It's only got, what, those 3 fingers? Yeah. Make this a little bit lighter now. Okay, and then here, not just lighter, also going to grab some of that Radiant Lemon. And I'm telling you, I just had to go back in there with some of the thinner just to sort of reactivate this paint because now it wasn't dry, but it had set. We've used that term an awful lot. Again, it's not dry, but boy, it almost kind of seems like it when your brush first hits it and it's on the palette there and you go, geez, is this paint dry? It's not, but it sort of seems like it. That's the kind of paint that you can do stuff like the brushstroke management phase. Right, where you say, you know what, we have just too much, I can see too many brushstrokes here, I want to get rid of some of those. Where's that Perline Black? Perline Black, so, wow, there's a greenish gray for you. It's like palette sludge green. Yeah, were we making a whole bunch of new colors last night? Yeah, like Radiant Palette Sludge, and yeah, I think we were having a party making all kinds of new colors last night. Most of them centered around Palette Sludge, oddly enough. Hey, if MiG Ammo can have a color named Starship Filth, I can have Palette Sludge. So Deuce, that is not the crushed glass because I have to match these. Those are Mears Miniatures Walrus guys there. And same thing here on the Troll King. That's just some texture paste there that's been painted because, again, it has to match all of those other figures. So my preference is the crushed glass snow always, but, you know, having money to buy things like houses and electricity and food also is fun to have. So that's when we say, okay, fine. Fine, we'll just use some texture paste here and we'll paint it up. Yeah, Dano, I'll never forget the first time I saw the Starship Filth color from MiG Ammo. Thought that was very funny. So Holt Mini, I'm not doing the pre-thinning in the bottles because, well, A, I don't have time for it. B, I don't have time for it. And C, I've been working with the oils for so long, well, basically 40 years that, and of course, Stila coined the term neat. Now, here's another thing you can do. I got thinner in this bottle, right? I can just go out here. If I really feel the need, I can just, maybe an hour before I paint, just drop a couple of, maybe 1 or 2 drops of the thinner onto each of the colors, and that already starts to break it down a little bit. So that's another thing that you could do. But for me, yeah, I just don't have the time to be doing that because I run through those so fast. The only reason I did those was essentially was for Adepticon 3 years ago, and also to make them a little bit more accessible / similar to the acrylic paints that maybe people have already been using before. Hey, Cinder, nice to see you. So yeah, the thinning the paints in the jar, and I know the other thing too, and well, Valfera kind of learned a hard lesson there, is that if you just let them sit in there and never use those, or don't use them very frequently, they'll kind of, they could potentially dry out on you because you're not, you're not shaking them and mixing them up and such. So yeah, you can't just have them sitting around for years or months and stuff, never use them. Now you could use the nail polish container, think like I did, and they're gonna stay. Well, that's a much more airtight container than a cheap old plastic container. So I think we're caught up now on the chat. Again, if I miss somebody, I do apologize. But when we're doing these larger figures like this, the camera boom ends up hiding most of, well, pretty much 90% of it from my field of vision. Maybe we'll get a little bit of my lighter color back there too. We almost forgot about this stuff up here. Get reflected light where possible. So Cinder, I hope that you're having yourself a good one. Happy Friday. It is still, it's still a couple hours left of Friday here. I know for some folks it's already Saturday, but for some other folks it's still Friday night. It's not even late Friday night yet. It's still just evening. Let's move into some more lights along the edge there of the little skelly friend. Haven't figured out if that was actually supposed to be metal or not. I think these are supposed to be some kind of tattoos or whatever on them. I don't know. Yeah, Holt Mini, it just kind of acts sort of like the way the pre-thin stuff does. Obviously, it's very temporary, but it's also something you don't have to keep doing, right? When you run out or whatever, like I do, which is all the time, quite literally all the time. Every day I would have to be mixing new ones. Heck, I have to do that with the fluorescent stuff. Now I just threw that stuff on there. Here we'll grab Mr. Blending Brush. Right, and poof, there we go. And well, we have the stuff that Megan sent, and I also was able to secure one of these. right here. So this is the fluorescent orange powder, and we're gonna, I think I'll do it as part of a dark sword video. We're gonna mix up a couple of containers of it, and then we'll test it out because I want to see, is it as opaque as the green stuff world? If it works, that's great, but I would like it to also be opaque like the green stuff world powders. The other thing I've got to do is find, wherever the heck they are, I have to find my nail polish containers, I think, because again, those are more airtight. That is if I can find them. I don't know where the heck they might be. So, okay, here we got this indigo / blue mix. And we're going to throw some more of our white in the snow, but we had to let that set. It could only take so much paint, and that's the kind of stuff that you're just going to have to learn by experience. There's no formula. You're like, well, how much paint is too much or whatever? It will depend on the colors you're using. Even the brand of paint, it's going to depend on the surface. Is it a metal surface, plastic, or is it more absorbent like the 3D printing resin, which I'm thinking by this point is practically universally absorbent. It seems like all the printing resins are absorbent, at least to some degree. Certainly in comparison to things like metal and plastic. Well, Lady B, if you don't want to use them like oils, you could just mix those with, like a pigment fixer or something like that, a liquid pigment fixer. And that would work. But of course, mixing them with the linseed oil basically turns them into an oil paint. And we've used those for months and months here on the channel in our tutorial videos, and it's really been fun. So look at that, see how much lighter we can still go with our white here. Boy, it would have been easier doing this part of it than with the acrylic, doing it in the oils. Wow, would have really loved to have been able to use the oils for that. So yes, just using the, now of course, what was it, Dano? It has to be the unrefined or non-boiled linseed oil, because otherwise it gets a little wonky there. Here, let's lighten this stuff up out here. You can see how much lighter we can go, but at the time, the paint was telling me, because the paint talks to you, it said, nope, you're gonna have to let me just sit here for a little while, because I'm not taking any more paint on top of me. All right, Bithron. We'll see you in a bit. So again, just lightening this out here, and you can see it does start to mix with that existing radiant turquoise out there. And let's do some more over here. Yes. So the linseed oil, like olive oil, the extra virgin olive oil cold pressed. Lighter over here now, and maybe even a little bit of a sharper line there too. Because again, before I was painting that, it just said, nope, you are not getting any more color onto this. Now it can be easier to get more color on there. It's because I waited, I don't know, probably about an hour and a half-ish, maybe hour 40 minutes. Okay, so it might, I know there was maybe somebody else that might have also ran into that, but I know that you did. But of course, I use the same Mona Lisa, the speedball stuff, because when I ordered my odorless thinner, they sent a container of linseed oil. And it's happened a second time. So we have no shortage of linseed oil here, which is why we can, well, go ahead and mix up some more of those fluorescent stuff now that I have the Fluorescent powders. That was the thing I was missing, was the fluorescent powders, but now we have those. So Stila used the refine, and that still worked. Okay, so then it must have been a brand sort of a thing. That's good because it's definitely harder for folks apparently. Whatever in Europe, that's it. Not sure whatever wacky things or regulations or something. I don't know what it is, but there's some really weird things over there. It's like you can't do this on a Thursday of the second leap year of the fourth decade or something like that for whatever stupid reason. It's a lot of crazy stuff like that. Oh, wow, look at how much lighter I can go here too. My goodness. Much lighter there, and maybe here too. Yeah, let's just a little bit lighter here along this. And let's do some more of our light color right there. And this got nice and thin, this white that we're using here, because all I did was I just dropped a couple drops of thinner on it and then let that break it down. And boy, it sure did its job. So yeah, Deuce, this is the Vallejo snow texture paste with just some of the regular old Vallejo earth texture paste, I believe it was. Or no, ground texture, yeah. So the ground texture was finer. And the snow paste, it had a lot of texture to it. I didn't want quite that much texture, so I used the finer ground texture paste. And Dano, at first it surprises me, and then it doesn't, because Speedball, I mean, that is a huge brand. I mean, I don't know how many people still use rapidograph pens, but they pretty much were. I mean, they provided all the ink for those kind of things, and nibs and pens and stuff. So yeah, long before there was all the computer graphics stuff, there were rapidograph pens, and people needed nibs and ink for those things and such. And companies like Speedball, that was their thing. A little bit light here. So Lady B, well, they're not going to be sitting there more for a couple of days or more than a couple of days. Well, they'll be dry. If they sit there long enough, they'll be dry before they go rancid or anything like that. Yeah, let's get a couple of. Again, I don't want to treat these like dragon scales or something like that. Don't want to emphasize those too much. So I don't use the Gamsol stuff. You would have to ask someone who has used both if there's any real difference between the two. The Mona Lisa has always worked very well for me, and it's really easy to get, so I will continue to use that. Here, let's keep going with some of our. This has a little bit of the orange in it. That's some of the cadmium orange, even some of the cadmium scarlet too. We'll bring out even more of the orange on this too, just trying to get it to be a little bit leathery, and then but not everywhere. See, we have some of the green there. Why? Because it's kind of getting down towards our snow, which now that we've sort of refined that, right, stands out a bit more. Cinder, thanks so much for those. There's a couple of them that I saw them. I said, wow, those are so darn amazing. I downloaded those already. I don't know if tonight I probably won't have a chance to make a build plate. Well, it doesn't really matter because we're practically out of resin. So until tomorrow evening when more resin shows up. So what we'll do tomorrow is try and make some build plates out of those. And now, who did the? I forget because that's not Lord of the Print, right? Or is that stuff Lord of the Print? Now, I know I've printed out some Lord of the Print things just to kind of get a sense of how they work with and just smaller stuff, just infantry-sized figs, and just to get a sense of how it works with the Soraya Smoky Black. So 3D Heritage, I thought it was somebody different. Those really look fantastic there. So I'm looking forward to printing those out. So, who knows, maybe you'll see one of those being painted on stream or in a tutorial video one way or another. We ain't going to keep it secret. We ain't going to keep it secret. We ain't going to keep it safe. But yeah, thanks. I remember seeing those last night in the messenger thing there, and I went, man, those those look mighty fine. I think we can do some stuff with those. I think there's got to be some object source lighting, and I know I have a whole bunch of candles that I think I've set for different sizes. Oh, and Dano, yeah, the columns. If you look at some of the basing videos that I did with the Gamers Grass columns and some of the Green Stuff World columns, I absolutely love those, but sometimes they're too small for something or they're too big. And well, the option to scale something up for 72 or whatever would be fantastic. Yeah, I know it's a very rare occasion, right, that we do object source lighting here on the channel. I mean, it almost never happens. It almost never not happens. Actually, think of it. Okay, so these two, right? This is what? So this is Friday and Thursday. Where's our ship? This is Monday. Technically, no object source lighting there because that's just freehand. And then of course the Troll King, no object source lighting there. And look at this. Look at Prinkles, sorry. No object source lighting there. That's an entire week. Well, actually, technically not. Never mind, scratch that. Because the the video I just posted today for the Patreon page had object source lighting in it. So never mind. I was going to say, wow, did we go an entire week without object source lighting? But apparently not, because yeah, that video that I posted that that had object source lighting in it. Okay, yeah, thanks. So Dano, I just was thinking, man, if I only had the ability to scale these things, because the Gamer's Grass stuff was kind of almost too small even for Lord of the Rings miniatures. And the Green Stuff world tends to be on the bigger side. It trends towards being slightly too big. Now here, we got nothing but a flat tone there. We are doing a little bit of dark on this side, and then we're going to let that get blended right here. So see, we just threw that dark color right there, and then we're just going to blend that. Bam, like so. Edge contrast, right? All right, Holt Mini, you have a good one. And hopefully we see you maybe tomorrow when we're doing, well, there'll be lots of freehand tomorrow, that's for sure. On a lot of our Candace stuff. There'll be lots of horsies tomorrow, because, hey, you thought this wasn't the cavalry channel anymore. We're going to send in the cavalry. Oh, and by the way, speaking of cavalry, I do believe I have printed up all of the stuff that I needed from the Highlands miniatures to start the next army painting series. Well, one of the next. There's going to be a couple of them that I'll be starting over the next couple of weeks here. But the Empire Cavalry, it's talk about sky, earth, non-metallic metal. It's all sky, earth, because they're completely encased in armor, and the horses are completely in the barding. So it's nothing but, it's entirely all sky, earth, non-metallic metal. It's going to be an absolute blast. I cannot wait. Oh, here, there we go. Oh, and land dressed, if you're out there watching, I actually have the last stand. Speaking of highlight miniatures, I have that on a USB drive, and it's actually plugged into the printer. If there's enough resin still in the printer tonight, I might try to print that. Otherwise, I'll just have to wait till tomorrow when the new resin comes in. And just all I wanted to do is throw a little something here on that on the staff. That's a little something there. That's all. Okay, light touch on the brush. Just using these two fingers. Look, no fingers there. Oh, geez, yeah, Dano. Yeah, that's a scary story right there. It just scares me thinking about that. And I know what Thousand Young also had to deal with that kind of stuff too. It just, oof, not fun at all. So now we did the darker stuff here. We need to do a similar thing up there too. And we're just gonna take, this is the, well, burnt umber. Yeah, that's burnt umber right there. And we'll just throw a couple of darks there. Take this blending brush. We'll take some of that away. And poof, we have that sort of that nice sharp line at the top, and then we've got the dark next to it, and then the reflected light underneath that too. Boy, Dano, I can't wait to see what you're doing with that. Actually, Dano, if you want to throw in some links there of, I know some of your contest entries that you've been painting, using some of your basing bits, the trees and everything else. I think that would be really cool. So I think we're caught up. And what was it for your? Was it the 28th is when your screen protector is supposed to show up? I think. Did I ever get the? No, I never did get the
Hello,
lighter
little
color
hobbits.
here.
Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, M. Gallimore. That is appreciated. Well, Gandalf appreciates that too. He really does. Yes, good old Gandalf. He's gonna come marching along. He says, "Whew, dude, no wonder you're interested in fish beer. I gotta tell you, I'm a walrus, and that's a little bit clingy to me. Well, maybe that's because the fish bit you. Yeah, I think so. So what are we talking about there? That is, of course, this is what we painted last night. This is Wally and his Scale Ale. That is, he's a master brewer, and that's his newest craft beer right there, Scale Ale. And Gandalf in the under the realm of poor life choices caused by too much pipeweed, maybe has taken a shine to that particular moonshine right there. I don't know. That's probably ill-advised for Gandalf, because I'm not even sure a Maiar could handle a Scale Ale. I'm not even sure an Uruk-hai or a Troll Chieftain could handle Scale Ale. And if everybody could please go check out those the stumps that Dano created there. Dano's been working hard trying to make some printable basing bits that can be rescaled for 72 mil, whatever. Let's a bit lighter there on the, well, chompers. Not quite sure if that's supposed to be like a carved ogre skull or something like that. I don't know. Don't know. But this is not under too much shadow, so I will try to find a couple of lights there. Now we also have these guys, and talking about don't crush the brush, look where my hand is. It's closer to the back of the brush than it is the front of the brush. And here we'll just, again, pick up a couple of these, the stitching right here. I have to say that I mean usually this stuff kind of gets a little bit wonky when it's cast, when it's printed. Nah, no, it's nice and golden, nice and sharp, very easy to paint. Yeah, not funky at all. It's we like not funky details. Now again, not every single 3D printing entity is quite that way. Archvillain does have a suite of sculptors. It's not just one guy doing all of it. In fact, it's very possible that 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 people worked on this one sculpt. That's not actually as unusual for the industry as you think it is. There are other companies where there's more like 8 or 9 people working on a single sculpt. Because some people are better at sculpting faces, some people are better at hands, cloaks, whatever. So essentially the person that does a certain thing the best, well, they sculpt that part. And there's probably another sculptor whose job it is to basically take all that stuff and mesh it together somehow into a single sculpt. So yeah, don't be surprised, if you start seeing some links to Jano's Monster Mini, his My Mini Factory account there once he's got those all set and ready to go. We'll certainly try and create some tutorials around those. Where's my, here it is. So again, it was really easy to make that white over there in the corner nice and make it really flow because we took those couple of drops, remember, of thinner, slapped it on there, and it kind of just sat there and sort of broke that down a little bit. So when I went to go grab some, made it real easy. Here, let's grab a little bit more. That's the Radiant Lemon, some of the white together. I'll do the same on these guys because I don't really think I'm going to be sticking my hands on those too often. At least not anymore. Hey, Bithron has returned. So Bithron, I think we just did a puppet show maybe while you were gone. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember what it was. I remember what it was now. So here, I'm just going to, for now at least, just hit this with a little bit more of my lights there that has a little bit of yellow to it. And we'll hit this too. Same over there. His tusks here. Let's see if we can lighten these up a bit too. Oh yeah, we can. That's a little better. What about on our fishy here? I thought so. I knew. I think. Oh, I think there was a raid. I think actually there was a Reaper raid just as I was about to do this. I was thinking, how in the world did I not get to this? Now I remember. Ah, boy, Bithron, that sounds really good. Yes, we have a deplorable lack of snacks here. There's very little to choose from. Let's see, I could have a spoonful of hummus. Or so that's about it as far as snacks go. Not a wide range of options. I guess, well, if I didn't have to worry about making noise running microwaves and stuff like that, it might be a little different option, but, well, that's why we need to have a medicine cabinet in this room here. And I might even bring that small microwave in here. In fact, that's probably what's going to happen. I might actually have a microwave in here. That would be funny. to hear the dinging sound of the microwave bell on a stream as we're cooking up a snack for ourselves. That would be hilarious. All right, thank you so much, Sidewinder. I appreciate that. So yeah, Sidewinder, we're going to be working on a whole bunch more of our Candish guys here. So you saw the chariot. Here's some more of the horse archers here, and I think we've got ourselves. Wow, here's the green one here. Let's just see if we can snag that without knocking everything over. So yeah, we'll be doing some more of these guys. That's for tomorrow's stream. Lots of freehand, lots of horsies. Freehand and horsies. 'Cause it's been a while. And well, we also want to help out Medbury Miniatures because, well, they would really like to see some of their latest release being painted. But Dano, you were saying that their dwarves. I still haven't seen any pictures of the dwarves yet. Well, I haven't seen too many pictures of anything. Well, except the Diwali stuff, but because that was that showed up in my Instagram. Otherwise, or a message from the Patreon thing, but well, again, she's been well, if she's not already asleep, she will soon be asleep. She is not the night person like I am. So when I am done with the stream, she has already probably been asleep for hours, possibly even several hours. Which means we are also eating on a different schedule. Here, let's throw some of our line right down there on whatever the heck those are. It's those little holes drilled in them or whatever. Not sure if that's supposed to be rope or I don't see any rope texture on it. I might throw a couple of little lights here on that wood, and then we'll just fade some of that like so. What about the little fishy right over here? Do we want to lighten that up anymore? This way it's get a little bit of the radiant green in it right now. Again, my hand is almost at the back end of the brush here. Trying to get a little bit of reflected light on that hook right there. So these walrus guys, they are quite the fishermen, no doubt. Don't think I'll add any, I don't think I'll get any later on the snow. I was tempted to for just for a second there, but I think no, we won't do that. This also, that's just kind of a straight line sitting there. I don't want that line. And we've gotten a little bit of our lighter, cooler tone down here. It's so close to the snow, right? Why would that not also reflect onto there? Here, let me see if I can do a little bit of that radiant violet on his tail, at least the part that's pointed up towards the sky. Here, let's see if we can do this. Yeah, we can get lighter. I didn't realize we could get that much lighter. Well, we don't jump into our lightest light straight off the bat, right? We want to save those as long as we can. Get into those too soon, you basically have nowhere to go. There is nowhere to go. Now, okay, we did do our turquoise over there. I might do something that's got some green in it, but a warmer green. So here, this is the Perline black. It's got a little bit of the radiant yellow. So here, that was more the phthalo green, so much more of a bluish green. This is essentially a warm greenish gray in comparison down here. Yeah, because that will complement with some of the pinkish colors, lavender colors in some of the skin there. Now, there we go. So Dano has posted a link to some of the bases done with ZBrush, right? Yeah, some of the ZBrush, and they will be up on my mini factory. What's the thing? Oh yeah, Bithron. I gotta try and find the Battlestar Galactica files and the Star Trek files and see what the possibilities are for printing those too. Are they feasible? Are they not? I'm pretty sure there's no supports with them, which again, never thought I'd be saying this. Starting to almost prefer my own supports, at least in some cases, to auto support, or sorry, to the things that already come supported. All right, I'll continue. That's actually some of the radiant green mixed with a little bit of that radiant violet, just a little bit. And I'm trying to pull out a couple of things of texture. There's so much fantastic texture on this. We don't want to go berserk with it, but we also don't want to hide it either. So those are some dots that I put on there very early on. I did kind of come after the edges of those and tone that down just a little bit. And maybe we'll get some more light down here as well. Yeah. And, these guys, blending brush time. So this is more of the brushstroke management. We're not trying to actually blend any colors here. All I want to do is just, there's too much texture right there. We're going to just cut that down a little bit. That's good enough. That's all we needed to do. Well, Bithron, it's just kind of weird. I know. Well, ironically enough, the guy that does the Kurzlook stuff, there's just too many supports. So when you try and remove the stuff, it kind of gets damaged. Kobe's took that to an even further extreme, and it had like twice as many supports as Kurzlook does. So that's why I'm just I have to kind of scrap the build plates that I had done with his files, sadly, and we'll have to do them again, but with the unsupported files. He's actually very new to the whole digital sculpting thing, so he was trying to err on the side of caution. But as we know, well, especially like from the Kurzlook stuff, if there's too many supports, you're just going to cause a different type of damage. All right, we just put that, here it is, my blending brush there. We put a little bit of the umber on his tusk there. Okay, I think that works now. Hey, Punishment, how you doing? Nice to see you again. All right, I added my darks there. Added some dark. Oh, I think we need some more lights over in this thing. Yes, right along here. We're gonna need some. We can do that. Here, let's just get some of the junk out of the brush here. And here's some of our light, and we'll just catch a bunch of these different little surfaces right here with it. Let's hit this. Yeah, just needed some to make it look a little bit more like metal. We need, and even here, so we're going to get a little bit of a light right there. My blending brush. So I see that blob of lighter color there. What are we going to do? We're going to pull away at that edge. And we'll do the same on this edge. So now it flows a little bit more. It's not just some isolated mass of brush strokes. His hand here probably also needs to get some lights on it. Yeah, something like this here. Oh, we just got back home from playing some Magic. And you're working on no, a little D&D there. Once again, I'm just gonna throw in the ladder core that let that mix with the stuff that's already here. And again, last night we painted Wally. So Wally was about, I want to say 3 hours 45 minutes. We're at, or no, 4 hours 45 minutes. We're at 3 hours 15 minutes. So 8 hours, both of these guys, start to finish. Now, yeah, that works. I think that could work for a whole lot of people. Those two, and these are 60 mil bases right here. And there's a lot of stuff going on with these guys too. There's a lot of things happening with them. And the Patreon page, okay, I just posted the latest video earlier today to the Patreon page. That was part of my Army Painter series. I will be actually uploading the next episode of the Army Painter series when we're done with the stream here, because that's all edited and rendered now. And then those aforementioned Highland miniatures, those basically Empire Knights, well, tons of sky, earth, non-metallic metals there. All done with the oils. And here we'll go back. Where's our halberds guys? So you think these guys had a lot of sky, earth? These are almost nothing in comparison. So think like this, all of that sky, earth. Just imagine them also riding horses covered in shiny armor. So it's going to be really, really, really fun. Can't wait to do it. I think that's going to be a blast. And Armored Wolf was kind enough to post a link to the Patreon page. And if you do that Army Painter pledge, well, in addition to the 1,000 hours worth of videos, seriously, it's 1,000 hours now. You'll get 20 to 24 hours of new videos every month. So you can't binge it all. It's impossible. You cannot do it. Lake's Punishment. Yeah, that was one of the early army painting series. And those are what the Lannister halberds from the Song of Ice and Fire game. Now I did do, the Mountains Men. So it was also pretty shiny. And then of course, well, we did all those Baratheon guys. Remember those? We did a ton of Baratheons. Also with the yellow, right? All the different yellow cloaks, the yellow banners, all that reflected light. And then, the dark blue marble floors, also reflecting onto the yellow. Oh, you have the Terror Verte. It's been so long. I know not only is it translucent, but I think it's kind of crumbly. I think it's also somewhat kind of crumbly too. I could be wrong. Again, it hasn't been used since, so my memory could be failing me on that part. Now, of course, we didn't have the Radiance to mix it with back in the day, so maybe see what happens when you mix it with the Radiance. See if that makes any difference. And yeah, well, that kind of goes to, again, the painting stuff for the Patreon page. I'm not just doing, oh, look, here's object source lighting again. It's, well, this time we're using fluorescent powders mixed with oils. Well, now we're using the acrylics. Now we're using just the Marion Street oils out of a tube. We're using our own, literally our own fluorescents that we mix with powders. We're doing the same thing with the metals. I'll do the same, let's see, the Necrons. I did them in metallics with acrylics and metallics again in oils, just to see, is it possible to do shiny stuff in oils in metallics? And of course, it was definitely possible. This is yellow and orange mixed together. A little bit of yellow, a little bit of orange. There is sort of a seam here. I just want to catch some of that. Such as it is. Taking that blending brush. That is so important, using that blending brush. That is what keeps the paint from the miniature from getting overwhelmed with too much paint, because we aren't just layering these on like you would with acrylics. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just you're better off doing that with the acrylics. That's kind of what they're designed for. But with the oils, if you want to have that speed that we're talking about and the ease of the blending and everything, well, you have to use less of it. And one way to use less of it is to just slap it on there, take another brush, and then push it around with that brush. Do I need any more lights on his face? I think we could actually maybe use some more lights on his face. That was too much, though. That one area. So what I'll do is, guess what? Take my blending brush and just sort of push that around and dissipate it. Same thing over here. I looked at that and said, that's an awful sharp line. I don't want that sharp line there. I do still have this orange color over here, and on his helmet or whatever that's supposed to be. I want to see, and this could even be a blending brush too. I just took some of the paint off of it. So just trying to create some reflected light of some kind here. Maybe a little more. Ooh, that could be too much, so I'm going to put some of it up here. Yeah, see, that's a little too much, but blending brush to the rescue. Tones that down a bit. Yeah, let's, a bit of a underlighting there. Same here. Okay, and we'll take some more of our lighter color. I just want to get this on the teeth here. Boy, there's still actually a little bit of indigo on this mask or whatever that was supposed to be. That's from the pre-glaze, that particular indigo. And does this need reflected light here? It might. I am just going to throw a couple of more lights there on his face just to, as I kind of work more on the armor, I might see some areas like here. Somehow this did not get some of its lighter colors either, to also make that look a bit more like metal. Blending brush time. that. Reflected light here, not with this. I want to get, I'll just use this. That's the little bit of my kind of grayish purple color. Why? Because it's reflecting his neck that's right next to it. Like that. So now we have a bit of a difference between this and down here. And again, now it kind of looks like his neck where it was just right next to it. I will lighten this up a bit more. Right here, see that corner there? See that corner? We're going to lighten that up a little bit here. Like that. This also can't just be that flat. So it's dark, then light, then dark again. We need to sharpen this thing up. Holy smokes. Where's that? We'll just mix some of the umber and the indigo together. That's going to make kind of a dark, almost bluish, greenish brown. Because that whole edge was looking way too soft. Now we got ourselves a hard edge. Yeah, that looks more like metal now. Before it was a little bit smushy. It's a little smushy. We just solidified that now. So here I just added some of that dark, just a solid mass right there for now. So we take that and extend that, push it down. Got this indigo again. And just there's another edge that we just really sharpen that up. Look at that. That made a big difference. We'll find ourselves a couple more edges here. Yeah. That needs to be a little darker. Get right next to where that light is. Some of these, a little cleanup here, a little bit of cleanup crew. That's the burnt umber indigo mix. Sharpen up a couple of these lines here. Oh, definitely, because there was no black used here on this Black Templar. You mix something like indigo, Van Dyke brown, you basically have black. You take something like the Perline black, that really dark green, mix it with Egyptian violet. It's really darn close to black. Because basically when you have black, you have no color whatsoever. And everything has some type of a color. It's either got something that's a bit more blue, more towards the brown, whatever. But you are definitely better off just essentially making your own black. When I was doing the acrylics, I would usually take brown liner and blue liner, which essentially was like taking indigo and Van Dyke brown, mixing those together, and guess what? Making a black. Because most colors that are black are just very warm, kind of dead, flat things with really no color in them at all. And especially while your higher quality Van Dyke browns, like something like the Williamsburg with the crushed animal bones. It's a nice strong dark. Then you mix it with something like the indigo, also a strong dark. So yeah, we did. I mean, I have the black spinel out there, but that's really more in the pre-glaze. We don't use it really very much beyond the pre-glaze. No problem, punishment. No problem. Yeah, essentially the black becomes an absence of color. which really is not, especially on smaller miniatures, right? We don't want that. Now, this is a mix of the indigo and the turquoise. Here's some reflected light on that metal. So let's see, the Van Dyke Brown from Williamsburg, the Van Dyke Brown from Gamblin is those are pretty darn opaque, have to say. I don't think I've used any Old Holland paints. Heard about them for years, but I don't think I've used any. I'm sure Dick Blick must carry those. Dick Blick must have the Old Holland paints. I think I've even probably looked at those on the Dick Blick site. Do I need to lighten up? No, I'm not going to lighten up the... I was looking at maybe lightening up the edges of the nails a little bit more. Maybe that one. How about these guys? Maybe not too much there. Nope. Something a little bit more on the edge there. Hey, Doji, how you doing? Nice to see you. So, well, you saw this guy. You saw Wally and his fantastic scale ale last night. And now he's got a buddy. He's got himself a buddy. Look at that. And now up in here, I have to do a little something. Tricky thing is it can't get too light because technically it's kind of in shadow. But we need to do a little something. I'm going to start off here the easy way. We'll do Terra Rosa with a little bit of just a little bit of our umber in there. A little bit of burnt umber with the Terra Rosa. Might go a smidge lighter with that. That's our violet, our radiant violet mixed a little bit of the Terra Rosa. Just a touch of it there. Crazy Wolf's been looking at the hold on Dick Blick. So Crazy Wolf, what kind of do they have any crazy deals going on with it at all? I know that there was a clearance going on, and I know there was actually some Williamsburg paints in the clearance. Oh, I'm sure there was some Gamblin and there must have been some Winsor Newton as well. So now this Old Holland, Schminke has like the Norma and the Fantastica and the Horrifica or whatever the name of their colors are, whatever. I think they got 3 or 4. And that kind of tells you like what their student grade is and their artist grade or whatever. Why super lazy? I'm trying to think. I thought somebody else had also mentioned the Blue Ridge. Now this was a while ago, but there was 1 or 2 folks that also I think talked about the Blue Ridge paints. We just there's sometimes folks you don't see them in chat for a while. Their schedule changes or whatever. That's understandable. So it's 40% off the Old Holland. Oh, that's the Mussini. That's right. That's I forget what. There's the Norma. There's the Mussini, and then I just couldn't resist doing the Horrifica. I think that would be that's where all the Terror Verte colors are. Is in the Horrifica line. As we had a little bit of our reflected light here. Is that a Sarge? That is a Sarge. I thought I saw some shamrocks, and we could really use a whole bunch of this right now, Sarge. Thank you so much. Ah, thank you very much. So, Sarge, how the heck are you doing? Why you're still on the 6 day thing? So no, tomorrow would be your 1 day, or is it Sunday? No, I think tomorrow is your 1 day, right? I know you would like some more of those 1 days. That would be nice. So Sarge, boy, this was one piece. Archvillain, one piece. The tail, this thing, everything. I didn't have to do anything except print him out. That's all I had to do. Well, and of course, take off some of the support things and maybe file down a few little support that. Oh, and he was hollow too. He was pre-hollow, pre-support, all the good stuff. So Sunday is your day off. So Norma is the artist. Mussini's the level above. Actually, I think it's Gamblin on the Dick Blick site sells pigment powders. I just happened to run across those. Well, when I saw the clearance sale thing, I was trying to figure out if there's anything that I could use in that. And that's when I saw, and I know someone else had told me about the Dick Blick having the Gamblin pigment powders. And I think there's at least one person that talked about snagging those and trying to do their own oil mixes out of them. Now, so Sarge, I think I was able to print out successfully the largest piece that I've ever supported and hollowed myself. I think it worked out okay. Again, I won't know till I try and actually put this thing together, but it was that Lehman Russ from Gamac. Yeah, big old Lehman Russ file. Let's see, Rublev is another place to get some pigments too. So Sarge, I don't know if it's still on the chillier side down there, or has Bodie been, have you and Bodie been doing a little bit of frolicking now that you're home from work? And again, 3 hours, 36 minutes in on this. 3.5 hours ago. This was nothing but primer. I'm just telling you, it's crazy. Now, of course, it took at least an hour and something just to make this base here. Maybe about an hour and 20 minutes or so to get that base made and have him set on there correctly. And then all of the paste and everything. Which is why I much prefer the crushed glass snow. Because, well, I don't have to paint that. I mean, here I'm quite literally trying to paint snow. So that's going to add some extra time. Thanks, Bithron. Bithron, were you able to get those nacelles back on? Because, boy, I saw that maybe 9 minutes before I was going to be streaming. I saw your message there about the nacelles. So, well, we'll have to, if we're able to print out some of those Starship, well, we'll have to see what kind of object source lighting we can do. Who knows? Maybe we do a painted backdrop. Maybe instead of painting them and try and stick them on a hex space or something like that. Because I have a bunch of cav hex spaces here, but what I might just do is try and make it a diorama. That would be fun. Make some Starship dioramas. This is a diorama that we're working on here. We've done a 2-part series on this already. So there's our Galadriel versus the Necromancer diorama. This was part 2, where we actually painted the painted backdrop and painted the base that we created for it. And in the final episode, I'll be painting Galadriel herself, and then getting her on the base and getting some foliage on there, and then meshing whatever we need to do as far as, well, where she's maybe casting a shadow or something. All right, so again, just a little line right there. I'm trying to follow again what they've got going on here. Continue this a little bit later here. See this up here? That can't be that dark where it is. So I'm going to just throw a little bit of my light there. And I think that, yes, that already helps. I don't want this whole thing to be lighter, but right up in there, that was still just a pre-glaze right there. So that really helps. What about here too? We never did get to lighten this either. Same light again. And right in here. So light touch on the brush. Hands nowhere near that ferrule. Guess what? Means I can get that brush where I need it to go. Some more there. And then let's start fooling around with that. His eye right there. This one over here, I'm gonna maybe, we might just do the eye here again. We'll just give it another shot here. So there it is. We just took out the pupil there. Let's see if we can do this again. Oh, so leaning it straight up, so the green stuff is straight. So this is the indigo. We could have mixed, I guess, maybe some Egyptian violet in there too to make it even darker. There we go. So I needed to get some more dark around the eye just to make that show up. Do I need more reflected light down here, or do I need more dark? Actually, a little dark did not hurt right there. Now, Sarge, will Sunday leave you any time for just doing some quick painting? Or maybe just prepping some stuff or whatever? I know that's not a whole lot of time, and of course you're also trying to recover from all of the 6 days of work at the same time. Coming back in here. This is some indigo. So it's not just about making it darker. We're also trying to cool down some of the shadows here with the indigo. That we're trying to use the temperature contrast, right? We have some reddish browns there, but the indigo, that super dark, but also somewhat grayed down blue. I'm going to start painting some Army of the Dead. Now, Sarge, did you go with like some cork basing or something like that? Some kind of a temple floor? And I guess too, are you going with full on glowy, or are you going to have a little bit of rust slash corrosion on them? Because those are really fun. I've painted a number of those over the years, and I guess too, you don't have to be like just a glowy green. It could be a different sort of glowy color too, I guess. Here, where's my blending brush? Make this easy here. to unify some of that. And I guess, well, my next question is, well, I'm guessing you're probably using acrylics on those, not oils. Now, will you be doing more of a glazy approach on them, or... Because I'm trying to think when I was doing my acrylic Army of the Dead, well, I think we did our initial, just our usual shaded base coat, and then went in as fast as I could with the object source lighting. Now again, I don't know how much you necessarily want yours to be glowing, so to speak. Back to the indigo, because what I want to do is darken that edge, sharpen this edge up here. Where's that green? Here we go. See if I can't get some of that on the top edges here. Yeah, something like that. Oh, at the seam where, oh, that's, so is he going to be leaping, he and Gimli and Leggy, are they all going to be leaping off of the boat there? Let's do a bit more along the edge here. Now, I have to say, I did see that, and it's funny because now I've started to hear this repeated. So they showed the Amazon Lord of the Rings series, right? That preview of, well, a Ring of Power being forged. And at first, I was not super pleased with that. I thought, well, that's not a whole lot right there. But then when I found out how that was made, and it wasn't really, there was very little computer generated stuff there. They actually were using a physical, they were actually physically casting the stuff using apparently a wood mold, not a sand mold. And they actually were trying to make it, hand cast. It made me a little bit encouraged because it made me think that they're actually going to put effort into it, that they might actually kind of care about what they're doing. Hey, M. Tellies, how you doing? Also charging the orcs. So yeah, I saw that, and then of course there's that picture of Jeff Bezos with that. I don't know if it was mahogany or was it? Oh gosh, was it walnut? Forget what the wood was that they used, but they actually, there are some pictures and there is a video of how they made that promo. So again, at first wasn't super impressed, but then when I realized that they actually didn't just do a bunch of CGI, I said, well, maybe there is hope. Maybe there's some hope that they'll actually really kind of put some effort into this thing. See that little bit of warm? Look what that just did right there. So using the 3 hunters from them. Actually, well, Sarge, there's a whole bunch of, there's a lot of dioramas like that. You just do a quick little Google search and I'm sure, well, you get some ideas of, all right, well, I don't want to do that, or, oh, I'd like to include something like that in mine. Let's see. So Gallimore, they actually work very, very well because, well, here's a bust. I painted, I think, 4 or 5 of these. These are all 3D printed. These are from Printomancer, and actually that's using my homemade magenta fluorescent oils. Now here's something that I sculpted myself. So this was done with Sculpey, and we baked this and painted the next day, and I used the same exact oil paints we're using here. The freehand, all the stuff was done with the oil paints. And of course, well, here, let me see if I can grab Birdie and Jeeves here. So, as big as this guy is, yeah. This was painted, I think, in 9 hours or so. Yeah, this was start to finish, 9 hours with the oils. And you can see we've got some magentas mixed in here with our Prussian, or no, a little bit of perline black and the indigo. And then here you got some warmer greens, but look at even still some pinks and magentas. There's some cooler greens down here. So all, I mean, again, this is a 60 millimeter base, and this guy kind of towers over him, or those guys, I guess I should say, kind of tower over him. So Sarge, you can do the forced perspective thing, and again, here's the, so here, in some ways, this was almost a bit of forced perspective. I was actually going to even paint one more stair there. So I could have painted another stack. I guess I could still do that if I wanted to. But for some of my, I want to do more of those painted backdrops, and I want to have more things like that that could basically qualify as forced perspective, where there's just a tiny bit of whatever that's kind of sticking out there, and then most of the rest is just painted. So I thought that could maybe be interesting too. And of course, I think you saw earlier at Gallimore, we were showing some of the really small stuff that we have painted, like those cav vehicles that are just like an inch long. And the same paints, the same techniques were used on our wee little hobbits here. The same thing. We didn't treat them any differently than our cave trolls, on the same exact basis with the same type of lighting, because it's all of our Moria lighting. I mean, they're smaller, so maybe, there's, who knows, maybe not quite as much detail, or they're just faster to paint because there's just not as much on them. But otherwise, it's all basically the same. So with some rust from running cloth. Now, Sarge, will you be doing the, oh, maybe some of the, what is that stuff called? Maybe some stuffed animal stuffing, or I guess what would be nice is if you had a smoke machine, right? Just kind of continuously belching out the smokes. So Gallimore, now all the stuff that I paint on the channel here is all in oils because, well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons, but especially when you're doing something like this, where you're getting, obviously there's going to be interruptions. Well, here, I mean, I could leave this paint sitting on this brush for hours and not have to worry about it. Whereas with acrylics, you got a few seconds, you better use that paint on that brush. Otherwise, it's not going to end well. So that's one reason, but I just really prefer the oils because, well, they make everything easier, they make everything faster, they are more durable, more luminous, pretty much all the advantages. So not teddy bear fur, it was the stuffed, boy. I don't know if you'll be able to see it here, but it's like the kind of foamy stuffing that you would do. I forget what the heck it's called. It's going to be in one of my, see that right there? See that on that SDK 232 in the background there? Um, Again, I don't remember what the heck that stuff. It's been a long time since I messed around with it, but what you do is you put your little light inside, right? One of those little tea lights, and you spray the outer edge of it. Again, sorry, we're working on very little sleep here, so the brain is in shutdown mode. And Nissa, how are you doing? So Gallimore, you can get either the Gamlin 1980 starter set or the Winton starter set from Winsor Newton. They're pretty much they're pretty close in price and very close in their quality. You will want to get other colors in addition that are not in the starter sets, but fortunately they're super cheap, like the indigo and of course stuff like Terra Rosa, Van Dyke Brown. I mean that's a series one right there. You get this on Dick Blick, it should be about $6.50. So it's yeah, a little bit like a cotton ball. So Crazy Wolf, I tried, well, ironically enough, where is it here? Where's the silver? Where's that Gamlin silver? That's not it. That's not it. Is this it? Nope, that's not it either. Here it is, I think. Yeah, this is it. So this has the alkyds in it. First of all, it's going to be, you talk about toxic. The alkyds are that. Also, too, it dries just too fast. Uh, you don't want something necessarily that's going to just dry that fast. Uh, Again, you can experiment with them and see how you like them. I kind of gave up on that in favor of just mixing my own, you know, using the what is that the powder? What is it called again? Oh, the iridescent pearl white powder. Yeah. Let's see. And of course, so Grimm also suggests that Van Gogh is a possible starter set. Now, of course, the Winton stuff, you can just get that on Amazon. And I'm sure you use the Michaels coupon. You could probably get one of your starter sets for super, super cheap. And here, I think I actually hit, well, this is the small set right here, but we'll get the set of 10. Again, it's a good starting point. You will definitely want to add to it. And again, you get the starter set of 10, you go to Michael's, you got the half or 40% off coupon. You're looking at $14. Then you should be able to snag just those couple of other colors like the Indigo, Van Dyke Brown, Terra Rosa, that sort of stuff. And then you just start to see what colors do you really like. Do you think you really need something like a perline black or a phthalo green or a Prussian blue? Prussian blue is also not an expensive color either. That's another one that kind of suggests that you might think about getting. Let's see. Yeah, oh yeah, Sarge. Yeah, if you did not watch Gus, that was the first thing he would do is just he would put a tiny hole in that thing and rip out that stuffed animal stuffing to get to the squeaker in just seconds. And of course, we have this is the same brush cleaner that I use for, well, Kathy uses it for acrylics. It's not hazardous, no vapors, and we use very little thinner. I mean, this is it. Seriously, that's a water bottle cap. And some of that's still in there from yesterday. Hey Thaler, how you doing? Nice to see you back. Hope that you had yourself a really good Friday. Well, it's still Friday here. It's still 11:26. And well, tomorrow is going to be a lot of horsies and a lot of freehand because we're going to be doing some of our Candish stuff. And we have 3 different freehand patterns and 3 different color schemes that we're doing. Now we did this chariot already. We were going to be, well, hopefully, I think I have 2 more. I should have 2 more that I could assemble real quick tonight and get ready for tomorrow. But we'll be doing a bunch of Candish stuff. Here, let's do some more of our light here on this thing. And some more over here on this little roundel. Now, I had done a little bit of a pin line wash on there. And we wanted to let that set. It is not dry, but it has set. And of course, the Perlene Black is another color that I really love. It's essentially like indigo green. It is one of those colors that we call a staining color. And the best thing is it's a Series 1, so it's really cheap. Prussian Blue is cheap. It's a Series 2. Indigo is a Series 2. Terra Rosa is a Series 1. So those are relatively cheap colors. And those are some of the things that I use the absolute most of. Now you can get cadmiums if you want. Those will be pricier. They also have cadmium-free cadmiums. Now don't get the faux cadmiums. That would be the stuff like cadmium red hue. That's not cadmium at all. Not even close to it. But you can get these guys. So Winsor Newton makes these. So it's cadmium-free scarlet. It behaves in the same way. It looks the same. It's also got the same price though. It does maybe dry somewhat faster, perhaps, than the actual cadmium color. I don't really care because I don't really plan on eating any of my paint, so it doesn't really matter what's in it. But for folks that maybe are concerned about that, maybe that's what you'll get. Maybe get the cadmium-free cadmiums. But really, again, as long as you're not fixing to eat it or drink it or something like that, it's really not going to be an issue for you. We'll lighten up a little bit more there. Might throw a smidge of the... No. We'll take the... Yeah, let's take the Radiant Lemon, mix that with the Burnt Umber. So yeah, Sarge, we've briefly brought Umber back out onto the palette again. Umber's back on the menu. So Lady B, there's nothing complicated about it. There's really nothing all that different from how I would approach this with the acrylics or even say like the contrast paints. You just have to, instead of piling on a bunch of layers, right? We're not doing that. We're putting some color on there and then we take another brush and we push that around. That's another key thing. And using less paint. Hence the entire dry brush thing. So it's only as complicated as we make things. It was like that with the 3D printing for me. Eventually, once I just realized, wait a minute, that's all that is? I used to think there was so much more to it. I went, wait a second. That's not quite as intricate as I thought it was supposed to be. And just in my head, I had said, well, it must be this really complicated thing. And I realized, yeah, not necessarily. But of course, it took some painful lessons to get there. So here we'll do a little bit more of our, the Radiant Violet there. And a little more this way. Now you could, let's say you only have, I don't know, an hour or something like that to do some stuff with the oils. You throw down some paint there, and let's say you don't get to it for 2-3 days. Well, it's all going to be dry. You could paint acrylics over the top of it if you wanted to, or you could just paint some oils over the top. And at that point, in some ways, it would be acting a little bit more like the acrylics because, well, your underneath layers would be dry. So then you could technically do more of a standard acrylic style layering over the top of that. But if you're looking to do something like this, where we started on painting him 4 hours ago and there was no paint on him, to this, well, that's going to be a different story. A different story there. We'll mix some of, yeah, see that, That turquoise that we put there, I had to let it sit for a good 20, 30 minutes. Now I just pulled that color out. This can't just be that big old blob of dark in there. Same thing over here. I gotta get something else. These two I already did that. Essentially still the pre-glaze sitting in there. So it needed something, some kind of a light. Here, haven't really messed around too much with the radiant blue. Now there is along his neck here. Boy, I'm seeing some nice texture possibilities. So I'm gonna thin this down, not to a pin line wash though. There's a delicate balance between the two. I'm just looking to get a little bit of that real spicy texture there. Let's see. So Olive, we have done several sessions, and actually, the army painting series are all like that because the stuff dries, right? Because they're 5 episodes long. So any army painting series on the Patreon page with oils is going to show that. Now here, look, these are some of those Corsairs of Umbar, and I did the same thing with the Easterlings. You could go back and watch this stream right here, where here we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna move these guys where it's safe. I would suggest you go back and watch this stream right here because we actually, I think, got started with all 3 of these guys at the same time. This guy had pre-glaze that dried. No, this guy had pre-glaze that dried on him. This guy was painted most of the way through, and I think this guy was just primer. And we painted these 3 in a recent stream, and you can see how we just, again, we just paint over the top of it because it's oils. Just because the paint underneath is dry doesn't mean we can't take a blending brush, put some color on there, and then take a blending brush and push that around. It's still oils. It may not blend into another color, but you're sort of just, well, isolated blending that one color. Thanks so much, Grim. Appreciate that. And Lady B, there's just like any kind of paint, there's differences in consistencies. Basically, anything that's white or opaque is going to take longer to dry. There are some paints that take less time. Brown matter is one that dries really fast for whatever reason. And I'm assuming also too that purple matter and rose matter will dry very fast. Indigo is a relatively fast drying color. Depends what Van Dyke brown you're using. Terra Rosa is another color that could maybe dry a little bit quicker. So Gallimore, yeah, that like I said, this figure that we painted Thursday, by Saturday this will be dry for sure. I mean, I could practically put my Army Painter anti-shine on this by Saturday because, well, now if we're using a lot of cadmiums, that is different. This one took a little bit longer to dry on the sails because we used some cadmiums there because I was out of my fluorescent stuff, which dries really fast. And this is the same stuff I use for my acrylic miniatures. This is the Army Painter Anti-Shine. What's really sweet is that you can just brush that stuff on, and that way I don't have to worry about temperature, too hot, too cold, too this, too that. Just brush that stuff on, add as many layers as I think I might need. Like maybe some of these points here, I might put more layers of it there just because it's probably going to get more contact, I would say. So Grimm says that if something is made out of charred animal bones and it's dry, it is bone dry. Because yes, some of our favorite Van Dyke Browns are made out of, guess what, charred animal bones. Yes, indeed. So again, the oils are not going to take days or weeks to dry because you're not using that much paint. You are using very little paint. If you're using that much paint that it's taken that long to dry, that's the hint. Use less paint. Also, too, well, the primer will make a difference. So the Badger Steinerres, none of that spray rattle can stuff. You'll save a ton of money actually just brushing on the Steinerres primer. Seriously, one of those containers of Steinerres can prime as many figures as three $15 rattle cans, possibly more. I mean, that was one of the other reasons why we stopped using that stuff. I mean, first of all, in Chicago, there was just no way we were going to keep trying to spray stuff outside. Also, instead of spraying it up into the air on the sidewalk or the cardboard, you're actually getting the primer where you want it to go, which is a novel idea when it comes to primers. So yeah, I need to get a little bit of the light skin tone over here too. Even though this is primarily in shadow, we need to get some lighter skin tone there. Now blending brush time. Tone that down just a little bit here, like so. And most of the time we are practically using a dry brush technique, or we have a lot of maybe thinner on the brush, but you notice it's not super liquid, right? There was a decent amount of thinner on that brush, but we struck that balance between enough liquid to get that to flow easily and so much that it just becomes a pin line wash and goes all over the stinking place, which we don't want. Those are the things that may require just some trial and error. I mean, printing is trial and error. I mean, I've had trial and error where the printer gets wiped out in the process, basically. So I'm used to trial and error learning, not necessarily pleasant trial and error learning. So there could be some moments where things maybe get a little bit frustrating, but hopefully you just kind of grind through those, and then there's the payoff. Which Daniel, right? I know you were talking earlier about that moment. I think it was in last night's stream, right? The moment where things just kind of clicked. I know Grim, there was a point where you said, "Oh, okay, this is it. All right," and then that was it. And just from there, it just kind of all progressed rapidly forward. Everybody learns different ways too. Some pretty much they just have to do it many, many times instead of maybe watching a lot of things. For me, reading stuff, I would much rather just kind of see one or two things, go, okay, that's what they're doing, and then just start actually trying to have at it myself. Because reading stuff, it's, whatever. Not going to necessarily remember too much of that. The practical experience is a different thing. See, Grim can attest to just the magical moment when all of a sudden things, they just start to click. That is why a lot of my Patreon videos and tutorial videos are experiments where I'll say, I have no idea what's going to happen. I'll try this. It might fail horribly, and there are times, as anyone who has watched the videos knows, there's times where things just fail horribly. I don't edit that stuff out. It all stays in there, because if it's not in there, how the heck are you guys going to know? Well, maybe avoid that. Maybe don't try that, or maybe that thing doesn't work the way we thought it was going to. If that's hidden from the video, and I know that's the thing nowadays, but if it's hidden, nobody's going to be helped by that. It is like cheating, right? I know I did, just for the heck of it, I know I called one of my, it was just a regular YouTube video that I did. I think it was called something like cheating with object source lighting, because it feels like cheating. Because you're able to do so much with so little effort. And that also needs a bit of my light along that edge. So there we go. See, that's oh, look a little bit more like metal right there. Oh, so I was watching the first chapter study and using a bust. Yeah, well, in Grimm, right? Like you and I were talking about, certain figures are just going to be better for certain people to learn stuff. Like for Bisran, having painted so many mechs, that might be the ideal thing to be experimenting with oils on. For somebody else, maybe something like a bust, a large scale figure, that might be a better thing. For some people, I mean, it might be, something like maybe like a vehicle or something like that. This might be, and again, this was not weathered with the oils. This was entirely painted with the oils start to finish. So yeah, it was all done with the oils, not airbrushed and then this and that. No, it was all just done with the oils. Oh, Crazy Wolf, which new colors did you get? Because I know they have the clearance sale, but I guess so you're saying they have was it a 40% off? Now of course I have to get more brilliant yellow pale, so that's the color that I'm really after for sure as far as paint goes for right now. I was gonna say, Bithron, you have to be well into triple digits for sure of painted mechs, no doubt about it. A little bit more of our light right there along the. This is like Walrus Oakenshield here, something like that. I think they called these guys Adobin or something like that. That's what this group of figures was called. I'd have to, like the Mato writers, someone looked up the term Mato. And I think, well, in one language it was bear. I forget what the heck it was in a different language. Let's see. So Grimm says they need to make a t-shirt that says I conquered Terror Verte. So Grimm actually, I'll try and mix it with some of the Radiants and see what that, well, Radiants have magic in them, right? So maybe they have just enough magic in them to calm the Savage Terror Verte. Now this also needs some reflections in it here, right? Metal reflects on itself. It's not doing that right now. I'll just take whatever this is over here. That's some of the Radiant Lemon, some of the Cadmium Orange. Let's not have too much of that here. I'm gonna just take some of the paint out of the brush here. Some Gamlin. OGO and some of the old Holland too. So yeah, I just with something like that, since they kind of fibbed on the opacity, right, on the label there, it's one of those. It's kind of like what cobalt blue. I could use it. I don't mind using it. I have it, but do I really want people to have to buy cobalt blue to maybe be matching what I'm doing? That's the one kind of limitation, that you start to run into when you're doing, well, obviously the tutorial stuff, right? Is will people be able to get that same thing? Will they want to, I guess, is the other thing too. At first, it wasn't quite so international as it became. So it did really matter because people, well, they weren't that far away from where I was, so they could pretty much get what I could get. Is there a little bit of reflected light on his muzzle? And thank you very much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Much appreciated. Boy, I would love to maybe get a little bit of light right here along this edge. See if we can do that. There's actually a couple of teeth back there too. Oh, I actually did get some lighter color on those. The tusk. A little bit of light back there. So yeah, it's weird, Grim, right? Just how translucent that was. I think there was some other things too. I don't know if it was kind of slimy without the grip or whatever, but I think it was very powdery, wasn't it? Kind of. Winsor Newton. Oh, you found that. Wow. Okay, so that's the 37 mil. Okay. Now the smaller starter set tubes, I think those are 21s. Yeah, so those are 21 mil. These are the ones that'll, well, this set I think probably cost $14, but the 10 color set of those would run you again about 20 something bucks on Amazon, Michaels, Dick Blick probably less, probably less. But there's smaller tubes. That's not necessarily the worst thing in the world because you could kind of get started with that and then maybe try and get your regular artist oils in some of those other colors like the indigo and the terra rosa and the Van Dyke brown. It is okay. I thought so. It was very gritty. That's right. And of course, these the color charts here that I was showing earlier. Now here is one. Actually, this was, oh, people were asking about French Indian red. So I did this, right, little color chart they're mixing actually with some of the radiance. Then we did this little portrait thing like so. And then we painted this miniature right here. So this was also part of the Patreon page here. So again, a color chart like so, just to get used to the feel for it. Like this is a very flat color. It's also very powerful because you can see it marching all the way over here, taking over the lighter colors. Then we did a little experiment again with the portrait, and then we painted the figure itself. And it's a nice way to compare how that paint's going to work, maybe compared to other colors. You get a chance to see, all right, is this what we call a staining color? And there's very few of those. Pretty much if it doesn't say indigo, perline black, phthalos, yeah, those are staining colors. Egyptian violet, of course, is staining color. But very few. A handful. Indian yellow is another one. Indian yellow is a great color. It's also not super expensive either. But I just had the tube of Winsor Newton that somebody had given me. Is this it here? Boy, that's impossible for me to dig out here. Indian yellow, series 2. So yeah, not expensive. Maybe $8 at series 2, maybe. Olive, actually the only indigo that I've used was the Winsor Newton. Yeah. Now, I'm going to actually, depending on if there's a certain miniature I can sell off, if that does sell, I might consider, if Williamsburg has an indigo, just is there a difference? Because there was a difference between the Gamlin Van Dyke Brown and the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. I didn't think there would be, but there were a few differences. I'd still like. Actually, we used the Gamlin Van Dyke Brown the last 2 days. I haven't used the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown in a little bit because, well, I didn't want to run out of it for one thing. Now, so actually, whatchamacallit, Gamlin doesn't make the indigo either. I guess we'll have to see what might be a near equivalent or something like that. I guess it means reading a little bit of the paint history. So I'll go onto the Dick Blick site, look at the indigo from Winsor Newton, and see what it says that pigment was meant to be and how it was originally created. And might be able to maybe reverse engineer a little bit of indigo and something else. Well, Grim, what is the newer pigment then? So, oh my God, wait a minute, let me get out the paint here. So is this going to be classic indigo versus new indigo? Is this going to be like classic Coke versus new Coke? Is, are there going to be rival warring camps of indigo lovers? Which is amusing, also ridiculous, but again, the world we live in, who knows, maybe there would be actual warring camps of classic indigos versus new indigos. Hey, Grim, isn't that the stuff that doesn't Drax use that? And actually, has Stila ever used that? I could swear that Drax maybe uses that. Well, catch you later, Dano. Good luck in the game. I'll certainly be shooting you some messages later. Certainly shoot you some messages later. So what the heck is that called again? There in Dan Throne. I swear that must be what Drax was using. I could never quite wrap my head around what the name of that was. Well, actually, Grim, that's well, I'll definitely try and read the history of the Indanthrone blue and see what that's all about. All right, Gilmore, thank you so much for joining us here, and of course, we will be doing this again tomorrow. We'll be doing this again tomorrow, doing that Candace stuff, and then Monday is Armada Mondays. We'll be painting some more of the elf ships, the high elf ships from Mantic. So Armada Mondays continue. Now I know that there's, gosh, Grim, wasn't there another pigment that got replaced that we've talked about in the past? What the heck was it? It was one that I think we maybe. Oh, maybe was it Naphthol Red replacing something else? Hey, Go Roth, nice to see ya. Yeah, Go Roth, we'll be doing. That's going to be the entire fleet. We'll get that marking on the sails. I will be doing a tutorial video as well with that marking there. In addition to the live sessions. Of course, I didn't remember the Twilight Kin ships that also have a whole bunch of freehand on the sails too. And of course, the other stuff is free-handed as well. These designs right here, yeah, so those were also free-handed on there. That was kind of a color test. I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do with that. We certainly had a lot of fun with that. So here we're speaking of indigo. All right, so Indanthrone blue, we'll have to look that up and we'll have to find the history behind it. Just like I think it was Windsor yellow was supposed to take the place of cadmium yellow, which if that was a terrible job of it. Because yeah, the Windsor yellow, I mean, I could use it for things, but woof, it was no replacement for cadmium yellow. That was like fail cast, if that's the case. It's the fail cast of yellows. Yeah, Grim. When I went to look at I remember what it was one of the first color charts that I used with the indigo, and you saw that smorgasbord of pink colors on it there. Quite the smorgasbord, isn't it? Actually, well, what's interesting, Golroth, is now, well, they've added flyers to it, but they actually have, there is terrain, and there's terrain rules. Mostly things like, say you're going up against fortresses or some kind of shore batteries, that sort of, or maybe you're doing there's maybe some landings, right? You're trying to land troops or whatever onto the shore. Well, actually, well, Grim, I don't. Here I'm going to ask you, like you have, like Bithron is the rules guru for Lord of the Rings. There, whenever we have a question about rules. Oh, actually, speaking of which, before I forget, Bithron, what are the different profiles for the Wozers? Because Printing Goes Ever On did some kind of a boar with their Wozers, and I don't remember Wozers having a wild boar, but if you could do me a favor and look that up real quick. Let's see. Oh, Bismuth Yellow is a good replacement for the Cadule Light. Now, so Grim, what series is that? Well, in Williamsburg. First of all, does Williamsburg have the Indanthrone? And then, is it a series two? My guess is it's a series two because it's a series two in Windsor Newton. But, could be wrong. So yeah, the Wozers. I thought they were just some little human guys with almost like hobbits with little bows and blowpipes or something. But I could be wrong, at least in the way that GW treated their profiles. All right, I'm just gonna. There's a couple of the little strokes of, ironically enough, indigo went over the top there. A little bit of our indigo too there. We need some more darks on this stuff. Oh yeah, we mixed this. This was the Egyptian violet and burnt umber together. It's a nice dark mix there. Nice little dark mix. A little more of the indigo. Something like this could make, well, a lot of interesting shadows for different things. Some, well, leather shadows, but even maybe some very dark skin shadows. You're looking to do maybe a dark shadow on a red cloak or something. Well, Egyptian violet is always kind of fun for shadows, and our motto riders here, well, we'll show you all three. So the one in the middle there, that was most of the pre-glaze there was Egyptian violet. Over the top of it was our warmer cadmium, well, fanchon red, cadmium scarlet, cadmium yellow, that sort of thing. So yeah, Bithron, it wasn't a ridden monster. It was, and I was just trying to figure out why the heck he did that boar. If it was just like I don't know, just a fun thing that he did. Because I thought that Wozers were just infantry profiles. But he did this wild boar, and I was like, why the heck did he do a wild boar? And now I didn't have anything riding it. It was just a wild boar. And I was thinking, well, maybe it's sort of like wild wargs, right? They're not being ridden by any orcs, but they still sort of hit like a cavalry figure. Oof, yeah, that's we don't want that, Grim. So I'm guessing that Gamblin then is where you're gonna find the Indant Throne, or is that also Windsor Newton? So I guess I guess I need to buy myself another tube. Well, I'm almost out of indigo anyways, so I will certainly buy another tube of indigo. than if they're going to. Yeah, let's make sure we have plenty of indigo here for the future. Well, you know how it goes with me. It's like, okay, here, get this. Next thing you know, there's none left. There's none left for me. All right, so yeah, Bithron, he must have just done it for funsies then, and for no real reason. Okay, that's good enough. I just, again, I haven't really looked at the Wozer's profile at all, and he did that. I'm thinking, why in the world did he do this? I'm just gonna get a couple more of my lights along here. Maybe not too much. I mean, I can always, again, take my blending brush and tone that down. Well, it has no armor on him, and it's huge. I mean, it's massive. Oh my God, it is. It's. Do we have our Dane Ironfoot? Yes, here he is. Nope, that's not him. There he is. Here, let's just move this out. So it's probably twice the size of this boar. I mean, it's gargantuan. I was just wondering, what the heck is he doing for that? So it is Series 3, and they have the Indanthrone. Well, I guess we'll, actually, Grim, if you could just shoot me, or, well, Armored Wolf, or both, just shoot me a little reminder to just see about maybe picking that up in the next few weeks or so. And then we can put it to the test and see what happens. Now, what I think we are 4.5 hours in, and I've got a bunch of stuff to do. I think we might also head off and raid. It's either Jinxed or JT. Oh, we also have Topulus, but Jinxed, it looks like Jinxed is painting, right? Yeah, we might head Jinxed's way, because we haven't had a chance to raid her in a bit. But yeah, I've got a ton of stuff to do here because we have to make all of our. We have to get 2 more of these put together and get a whole bunch of other candor stuff ready to paint tomorrow, because that's what we're doing. We got a lot of things to prepare for tomorrow, plus to save the voice. We've been doing an awful lot of filming and an awful lot of streaming, and that's when it's this dry that can take its toll for sure. So I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the cheers and the subs and the bits, the follows as well. Much appreciated. Thanks to Bitron for clipping the stuff. Thanks Grim for all the info and stuff. That really does. It's super helpful because it answers a whole lot of questions people would have. And thanks so much, Armored Wolf, too, for doing the usual. I know you got a ton of stuff that you're working on at the same time. So please, everybody, give Armored Wolf a follow on Instagram. Also, check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page, of course. Oh, Megan is still around. Let's see. Windsor, Newton, and Dathron is a Series 4 and 17. Williamsburg is a Series 7. Yikes. Oh, thanks Defiant for hanging out. Here, let's show Wally and his buddy together. Well, let's zoom out here first so that we can see both of our buddies together here. Bam, like so. So these two, roughly the same time period, about 4.5 hours, pretty much, give or take there, each for these two guys. So really love it. And well, thanks for hanging out, Megan. I appreciate that. Here, I'm gonna get the raid countdown going, if you don't mind. And we still have, well, I have one more printed out. And then I have one more that I will print out. So I have 4 of these guys. Then we'll maybe try and get to the ice trolls as well. Oh, thanks, Sarge. Geez, I didn't know you were still here. Thought you had to maybe head off to bed since you got one more day of work going. So Wally and Biff, there we go. Wally and Biff. We'll have to definitely redo these guys for sure. So thanks again, everybody.